All right, welcome into your Raw review. You have no idea. We were just off the air talking about the likes of Henry Armstrong, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, Tommy Hearns, Smoking Joe Frazier, all these boxers. We were talking boxing off the air, having a good time. And here we come on the air to talk about a product whose face of the product is none other than Shit Factor of Professional Wrestling, John Cena. But here we are. Wrestling fans, make sure to head over to blitzsportsnetwork.com. The Kurt Angle article is up. You get Kurt Angle article, an in-depth article with links and all kinds of other extras and bells and whistles with each one of these that I'm about to name. Kurt Angle, Macho Man Randy Savage, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. Gosh, I can't even get through all of them. Goldberg, Taz, John Cena burial, Hogan. Yes, just the WWF run, the first one. The John Cena burial, where I go through all the finishes to his matches. Dolph Ziggler, CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Austin Aries. These are articles on their entire career, VIP videos. I'll be posting the VIP video for the Kurt Angle article tomorrow. We got a contest going on the website where we're deliberating and we're trying to figure out what was the best match of all time.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah, you lost.
Oh,
he posted Stan Hansen and Hulk Hogan. No, he didn't.
I posted the motherfucking Rock and Austin in Japan on this motherfucker.
No, he posted a joke in comparison to mine. And then ended up going on a Team Fruity rant on Twitter later that night. But join BlitzSportsNetwork.com. Come on out and head over and join in on the fun.
Now Team Lime Green.
All right, so let's get into the review. I hope a lot of people have come and joined. I hope more of you from the Raw review come and join because that's where I'm putting in my hardest work. So, this is your Raw review for January 20th, 2014. It was the Royal Rumble Go Home show. And after the ending, I think everybody just wanted to go to bed. So WWE starts out with a video package, Martin Luther King tribute, Keep the Dream Alive. They ran a couple of these throughout the show.
Keep the dream alive. That's what they tell the black wrestlers in the locker room.
Yeah.
You'll win the title one day.
Break through that glass ceiling. By the way,
He told Dusty Rhodes before he went on a diet, probably.
That's a great joke. Oh my gosh. But no. Why wasn't The Rock in this video package? Can I ask that?
Oh, let me answer. They never marketed The Rock as black. Never. They always marketed him as Samoan.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Motherfucker's name is Dwayne Johnson. You don't get more black than Dwayne Johnson.
That's true.
All right, before we get into the nuts and bolts of this review, I want to introduce it. I'm going to try to switch this up, introduce everybody to the panel, to everyone who participated in the contest the auditions to get on here. We are planning here in the very near future where we are going to have you guys do a thing like American Idol, The Voice, those type of shows, where we're going to do a hangout, and Mad Genius and I are going to host, and we'll get lyrical or I don't think you want Grits coming on the panel, but he might be the Simon Cowell of the panel, or a couple of my other friends may come in. And
I'll be ready, dog.
Yeah, and what we're going to do is we're going to feed everyone subjects. And then we're going to have them talk about said subject, and then the viewers in the comment section are going to vote on who gets to come on the Raw review. So that is something very cool that we have planned here in the near future to really involve everybody in the process of picking who comes on. We brought a couple of guys on who did their auditions, but I think that this will be even more fun. Some great auditions, and I think we'll have a lot of fun with that.
Also, the winner gets a limited edition box of neon glow-in-the-dark.
No, they do not. From that genius. Because one of them will hold you to that. Just so
and if you're a Cena fan, they glow in your mouth.
It's more like to show the contender, not the voice.
Not the glow in your mouth.
Dude, I loved the contender. I wish they didn't discontinue that. I love the contender.
It's like the Ultimate Fighter. It's not like American Idol.
Well, but still, it's going to be auditions where people are using their voice, and I get what you're saying, D-Style, though, yeah. Are you tough enough to make the Blitz team? Tough enough reference. Who's going to be the Stone Cold said, you can't talk. So I want to introduce you to the panel. The guy who was just talking is my friend Eric. A lot of you know him as D-Style Boxing on YouTube. Very well-respected boxing analyst. Him and I have done a bunch of videos in the past. He used to come on the podcast. Huge boxing guy. You may ask, why would a boxing reporter be on a wrestling review? Well, because back in the day, everybody pretty much liked wrestling. In D-Style, I want you to share, just briefly, what you said to the guys off the air. You hadn't watched the show in 5 months, and you turned on Raw tonight because you decided you wanted to come on and hang out with the boys. You watched Raw, and what was one sentence that you would use to sum up your viewing experience with Raw tonight?
Can I get those 3 hours of my life back?
Well, yeah, as far as
Oh,
what differences did you see?
okay. Well, let's put it this way. Okay, I have not watched it in 5 months. Okay. Now, in fairness, I did catch your guys' reviews here and there. No, not every week, but once in a while I would catch the reviews. So I had a somewhat of an idea. Okay, but I'm expecting a completely different show, right? This is 5 months. I'm expecting a different show. It's not a different show. The Shield is still feuding the Rhodes. I mean, that's still going on. Like, the Usos are still feuding with the Wyatts, and Bryan is still doing the yes chant, which is cool, right? I understand that's over, but that's still the thing. I mean, we got to move on. I don't know. Cena and Orton are still going at it. Like, it's the same show. I might as well not have been watching it. I mean, it's as if I just watched it last week. You know, it's the same exact show. Nothing has changed. You know, and it also shows you how, like, the titles don't mean anything. Like, I remember back in the day, I would ask myself, who's the Intercontinental Champion right now? I didn't even care. I don't even know who is it. I saw some guys with titles. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
I mean, the show is horrible.
Crazy part about it, it's the only black guy getting pushed right now.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. He had a title.
Yeah, he did. He had a belt. But yeah, we have Eric here. We'll see if Grits comes back in. He must have been having problems with his connection there. We have Mad Genius as usual and Lyrical Thread, which you guys are very familiar with. So let's get right into it. Stephanie and Triple H are in the ring to start the show. Oh yay, this is going to be so exciting. Not predictable. They're going to give their State of the WWE address. You feel like there's two politicians in the ring. Who fucking cares? Triple H says Sunday is the beginning of the road to WrestleMania. Yeah, we knew that. This Sunday is the Royal Rumble, and one man will walk out with a guaranteed shot at the WWE World Heavyweight Championship in a main event at WrestleMania. Again, we knew that. Triple H says he's coming back. Or, no, he said he basically decided he's going to welcome someone back at this point after they talked on and on and on, which I don't feel like going into details about. We evolved together. The former member of Evolution, and then Randy Orton's music hits. And JBL, I think it was, said, yeah, everything he just said, he was saying about Randy Orton. So Orton comes out, and cutting promos not as strong suit. You could tell he's really trying to cut promos with some oomph to him, I guess. He's tried.
Got too many voices in his head.
Yeah,
He got too many voices in his head and not enough coming out of his actual mouth. But Orton asked Triple H and Stephanie, who the hell do you think you are? Stephanie says, who in the hell do you think you are? You know, it's the same old shit between him and the Authority. You weren't protecting me enough because I'm a big pussy. Oh, come on, Randy Orton, where's your balls? You know, same old shit.
Yeah.
Stephanie says Sunday is the Royal Rumble. It's the start of the road to WrestleMania. Thanks for repeating what Triple H said. Then she plugs the WWE Network, you know, a nice, good way of sneaking that in there. And then Stephanie says there have never been as many eyes on the WWE, and there have never been as many people watching Raw.
Wait,
Someone named Nielsen just called and said, bullshit! Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a wild guess. The ratings have been flying off for a number of years now.
I can't believe she said that with a straight face, Bruce.
I know, dude. I know they've lost so much of their audience, and so many of the hardcore wrestling fans.
I think she's becoming the female Vince or something, because.
Dude, that's just so delusional. Why even draw attention to it? I mean, everybody pretty much knows that the WWE does not have the type of viewership that it used to. It's not even close. And every year, I mean, there was a sharp decline about 2000, 2001, 2002. It started to decline, and then ever since then,
House era, yeah.
Yeah, and then ever since then, it's kind of like leveled off. But it's been a slow decline every year. They're losing viewers. So the fact that she says that, it's like they really think they can say anything. So anyway, don't let the facts get in the way of a promo, I guess.
The Nile is not just a river in Egypt, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and yeah. I mean, I could go into more detail on this, but fuck it. I've dissected the ratings on the website, and it is just the most absurd thing you've ever seen. These ratings drop, and then like the people who love WWE and love John Cena, they always come at us. Why are you guys always complaining? Why are you so mad? Well, you know what? A lot of the other people who thought like us, they just quit watching. And if you really want people like us to all give up on it, there will be no WWE left. So anyway, Stephanie brings up Orton losing his match to Kofi Kingston, which again I think was a really dumb thing to do. And the footage of Orton hitting Cena's dad after the match is shown. Again, you saw Orton punt Cena's dad in the head in the past. Orton pushing Cena's dad down and kayfabe punching him, and then
Exactly.
you know, and then Cena running out.
Neck brace?
Yeah, the whole thing with the stretcher, and yeah, that I mean, it's
so weak.
I think most people sitting there, it's not one of those things where you're going to suspend your disbelief like a Taz T-bone suplex where he looked like he killed Sabu or something. You know, you just sit there and you go, I've seen this before. It's not even as good as last time. You know, nobody's. I don't think they're. I'm not gonna say nobody, but I think most of us just look at it and we're not buying that. So why are they wasting TV time with it? But anyway, Stephanie gets on Orton for attacking a helpless old man who had his back turned. Could Stephanie and Triple H pick a side? This whole Stephanie and Triple H are tweeners is becoming very annoying. One week they're super heels, the next week they're trying to be baby faces. There's no direction with Stephanie and Triple H, and that's one of the things that I'm going to cite as a reason that the Authority is a big fucking joke. Because back in the day, I mean, if they're trying to recreate the power struggle type thing, or, you know, the thing where, you know, you hate your boss type feel with Vince McMahon, if they're trying to recreate that, well, then you got to go all in, even though it's just going to be a carbon copy, and everybody knows that a carbon copy is never going to be as good as the original. Kobe. But when you look at Vince, the thing was there was no question Vince was trying to screw Stone Cold Steve Austin. He was using underhanded tactics and things of that nature. There wasn't anybody in that crowd for the most part going, "Yeah, I'm on Team Vince." You got people cheering these motherfuckers after all the shit that they've done. Heel-wise, and then I don't know. I think
get rid of the fucking name, bro. The Authority. That's like me calling you the Bruce. Hey, yo, the Bruce. Where's the Bruce? Where's the Bruce?
Actually, the Blitz. The Blitz sounds pretty cool.
But I don't call you the Blitz though.
Yeah, but I'm the Blitz.
Like if anything, we'll just call you Bruce Blitz. But like that's like me walking around.
Blitz, but for us to address you as the Blitz is
where's the Bruce? Where's the Bruce? Like what the fuck?
Well.
It's just like my stage name is the Lyrical Thread. Y'all are not gonna call me the Lyrical Thread. You're gonna call me Lyrical or Thread or LT or whatever. People have different variations of that. But the Authority, and then they refer to themselves in the third person as the Authority.
Yeah, let's face it. This whole Authority thing has fallen. It's fallen flatter than a pancake. I mean, it's just
Miley Cyrus's ass.
Okay, there we go. I wasn't gonna go there, but there you go.
All right.
I can say that I haven't looked. Honestly, haven't.
is not a very good.
You probably did. You probably just missed it.
Nice ass.
You probably just missed it. That's all.
No, I'm gonna. Yeah, well, that from what
There's
you're
nothing
saying,
there.
probably. But no. Here's the thing about Mad Genius. I gotta call Mad Genius out on there. He's in the TNA review, kissing Cena's ass. He goes on Twitter this past weekend, and merely because I owned him on BlitzSportsNetwork.com, merely because of that, he goes on Twitter and starts defending John Cena. Then he comes into the hangout tonight, and dude's got Drake blasting in the background.
And people say I'm not a great heel.
What?
And people say I'm not a good heel.
Enough said, man. Enough said.
I know how to get cheap heat, bro.
And he has delusions of banging Dixie Carter. So
the last one aren't delusions, bro. Those are legit.
I don't know. Something's wrong with this guy. So
those are more legit than Muhammad Ali in his prime, bro.
You did not just say that.
Hey, man.
Elizabeth, did he just say that? Yeah. Come on, man. You did not just say that. Oh,
I went there.
Wow.
I'm trying to go to Dixieland.
At least we got our Elizabeth out for the night.
Yeah. Elizabeth!
Elizabeth.
Hey. I threw it on just for the raw review.
It is right there. Yeah, the Macho Man shit.
But no, so Stephanie intimates that Orton was out of line for attacking John Cena's dad.
We want tits. I'm sorry.
I say that WWE's out of line for putting this stupid shit on TV and insulting her intelligence. Anyone on the panel a fan of the show Criminal Minds?
Yep, me.
How about CSI?
Oh,
Miami's.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
how about Sons of Anarchy?
I haven't really got a chance to catch up on it.
Breaking Bad.
Oh, hell yeah, Breaking Bad.
Dexter.
Oh, yep.
Yes.
Okay. What do all of these shows?
Yes.
What do all of these shows have in common that the WWE does not?
Blood.
Continuity.
Some edginess, you know. I mean, kayfabe punches on Cena's dad. Oh no, what a dastardly deed.
Dexter has faces and heels and swerves and heel turns.
You know what? I'm gonna make a comparison. I'm gonna compare this whole John Cena, or this whole Randy Orton attacks John Cena, the Shit Factor Professional Wrestling. This Randy Orton attacks John Cena's dad storyline. After what we've seen in the past, compared to now, I will compare it to Doink the Clown setting up tripwire for Bam Bam Bigelow. I mean, that's... and by the way, that was a real storyline for you old guys. You will remember that.
Wow.
So, go ahead, Eric.
I just said wow because I remember that.
yeah. Oh my gosh, he got Bam Bam again, you know. And then you see Bam Bam and ECW throwing Spike Dudley into the 5th row, you know, and you're like, well, Bam Bam's actually a badass, and he's not this corny, you know, he can do a cartwheel in the WWF.
The first time I saw that, I knew I was an ECW guy. I was like, wow.
Yeah, going through the ring and the fucking rampway and all that shit. Bam Bam was awesome.
Another dude into the crowd.
Yeah, like 5 rows into the crowd.
Yeah.
So anyway, Stephanie intimates that he was out of line, that he has to abide by the new authority. You could get away with that in the past, but mommy's home now. You know, I mean, damn, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Those types, it's not gonna fly. You're gonna go in the corner, Orton. You know, it's just lame, dude. Fuck that shit, man. So Orton blames being so uptight on Triple H bringing Lesnar and Batista back. He says that there wouldn't be a WWE network without Randy Orton. The crowd's chanting for Batista at this point. Randy Orton says if he could go back in time and do it again, he wouldn't change a thing. And Triple H does his best effort to put everyone to sleep. He tells Orton, take the bass out of your voice. You know, fucking Triple H. Don't make me get the golden shovel. You know, I mean, dude, I wasn't buying any of this. Triple H tells Orton that they made him the face because they believe in him. He's the complete package. He can overcome any obstacle, paraphrasing. Triple H...
Except Cena.
Yeah, except Cena. Yeah, nobody's overcome that obstacle in 9 years. Triple H says Orton has lost faith in himself. That's causing him to make bad decisions. In the Viper Randy Orton, he's trying to, do the grovel in his voice shit. We try to rise up and make that right, but you chose to hit an old man. You know how stupid they look standing in the ring talking about this shit? Oh my god, yeah. Oh my gosh. Triple H says, yeah, Cena...
We believe in you, Randy.
Yeah, we believe in you. He said Cena, Lesnar, and Batista are coming for him, but he needs to rise up and fix what is broken and fix it tonight. Triple H tells Orton that he's going to face Kofi Kingston again. Orton smirks. In that this is your opportunity to make things right. Triple H shows a camera shot of the entrance to the arena and tells Orton that when Cena arrives to the arena, that Orton can make it right. He's got a lot to do, but he's going to do it alone. Now, one thing that I'll say about this is, see, the WWE is not very good when it pertains to storyline continuity. Cena's always the first one in the arena and the last one to leave. Oh, by the way, when Cena shows up with 5 minutes to go on the show, it'll be on camera. I don't know. Sometimes it's the little things like that you notice in the confines of a television show, and you say to yourself, the writers must be on crack. How many times have they told you, first one there, last one to leave, and then all of a sudden tonight he doesn't show up till 5 minutes before the show ends. But so, like I said, go ahead.
Well, because somebody just beat up his dad, so he's gonna wait till the very end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's stupid.
Yes, he's not gonna be the first one there waiting with a ball bat.
He probably got stuck in traffic, all that bright ass green on.
He didn't show up in the car, though. He walked to the arena.
Who shows up in the arena with their gimmick shit on?
Who the fuck shows up in jean shorts and it's cold outside? I know y'all seen the snow out there. They wasn't in no warm weather city. Who the fuck shows up in
they were in Ohio, dude. They were in Ohio.
What the fuck wrong with this motherfucker?
That ain't too far.
He must have parked way in the other side of the arena because he walked all the way.
Yeah.
You guys notice that?
I'm in the arena rocking your gimmick. Imagine back in the day, Ultimate Warrior coming to the arena gimmicked up.
No, I mean, most of the time when you see, oh gosh, Ultimate Warrior actually showed up at the arena with like 6 sweatshirts on. I can tell you that firsthand. But they always show the guys walking in backstage with their luggage bag, and they're in their street clothes. They go in the locker room and get ready. Cena's always ready for a fight. That's why he showed up in the neon green.
He wears that all day long. He probably showers in it like my man from Good Burger. I mean, shit.
No, that's the thing.
Yeah,
you had me watch that or you basically can from talking about it. I ended up watching that season finale of Total Divas. John Cena is nothing.
And what did I tell you? It's the same shit.
No, he is nothing like he is on TV though. That dude is fucking weird, bro. Wow.
I can tell he is because you can tell outside of wrestling he doesn't have a life really.
But like,
he's just weird.
Could you just imagine it like a fighter? There's a fight in Ohio. They show up, fucking no socks and shoes, shorts on, Vaseline on their face already, hands taped.
He's gimmicked up when he shows. Like, come on, man, that ain't real.
Floyd Mayweather shows up in his trunks and his boxing gloves on.
Man. Stone Cold showed up with his knee braces already on.
I'm sure we're gonna get to that part anyway because it's the end of the show. But I don't understand why a smart writer, if that's the storyline, you would start the show with John Cena already outside waiting for Orton. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's waiting for Orton to show up. You know what I mean? Is Orton gonna? He just beat up his dad. Like, are you kidding me?
Well,
like, what are you waiting for?
Well, apparently they didn't want him standing outside in the cold in jean shorts, so you just have him run out of nowhere.
No, he was out there with the troops. Yeah.
Who the
He was
fuck?
signing Make-A-Wish autographs in the parking lot.
Like this motherfucker wear that shit 24/7. Like he get up to go to church. He got on the jeans shorts and the cap and 18 wristbands. He go to the grocery store. He got on 18 wristbands again. Like
rocking his Team Fruity hat.
He probably washes his car in the same shit. Like, what the fuck doesn't he do with it?
Imagine being a friend of John Cena, and you're like, John, I've got this, this divorce going or whatever. I need you as a character witness in court. And John Cena, he comes running in, or
he goes up there gimmicked up with a big ass Never Give Up shirt on.
And he runs up to the judge,
matching fucking neon colors.
He runs up to the judge. Please like me. Please like me. And then come on, dude. And then he sits down as the character witness.
Testifying.
He sits down as the character witness. I got a really funny story to tell you about Luke Skywalker.
Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
His lightsaber.
I mean, dude, at least show up in like some fucking sweat track pants or some shit. But God, jean shorts, bro. And like I tell you firsthand, because I live in Michigan. We right next to Ohio. It's like 10, 15 degrees right now. Ain't no motherfucker walking around in no jean shorts.
Well, when you see someone running around in shorts, let's say you're at the store or something, some dude shows up and it's 5 degrees out, and you look at him and you go, yep, definitely on drugs. It's confirmed. He can't feel the air.
I mean, let's compare this to this past angle just came to me. Because we're talking about John Cena's father. This is his blood, right? Now, there was an angle, and this was like my favorite WrestleMania feud of all time. The match sucked, but the feud was awesome. This was the feud with Randy Orton and Triple H. Now, Randy Orton had DDT'd Triple H's wife. Triple H didn't wait for him at the arena. He showed up to his house. He broke into dude's house.
Wait a minute.
Out the window.
Wait a minute. You didn't even have something that dastardly when Brian Pillman pulled the gun on Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He said favorite WrestleMania build-up.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying...
Yeah.
If we're talking about dastardly and waiting for someone, Brian Pillman...
I just want to pull up something closer, though, because that was Attitude Era and, everything. I mean, dude, Attitude Era...
Yeah, but Brian Pillman's...
People were throwing each other in rivers.
Remember Brian Pillman?
Oh, yeah.
He's got the eyes like this. He's wait. Get out of here! And he pulls a real gun on Stone Cold. Yeah. Were there shots fired? Is everyone okay?
I was watching that Jim Cornette timeline thing earlier today. He was talking about Brian Pillman. He said, that was a crazy motherfucker. It's like sometimes you didn't know when he was shooting and when he was working.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you remember...
he was crazy.
If you remember at 96 King of the Ring, Brian Pillman actually cut a very edgy promo before Stone Cold did.
Yeah.
So anyway, basically, Triple H tells Orton he's going to have to do it alone, and then Batista's music hits. I Walk Alone, of course, kind of apropos. Pretty good pop, some Batista chants. Batista gets in there and kisses the ring.
I walk in skinny jeans.
I was going to get to that. Batista, I take back the whole thing about him having swagger. The guy looked like he borrowed his mom's pants and sweatshirt to come out to the ring in.
The skinny jeans, a tight sweatshirt, a tight zip-up jacket with no shirt under it. Like, come on, man!
Yeah. And he had on his mom's pants.
On Twitter, I kept hearing him describe the jacket.
Dude, I gotta ask.
Gym teacher's jacket.
Vince loved it though.
Oh, of course.
That's how you get a push from Vince.
Pat Patterson really loved it, I'm sure.
How do the fellows down there even breathe in them motherfuckers, man? I couldn't throw a pair of those on if you paid me.
He couldn't throw a Batista bomb with
them. Vince was like, oh yeah, the animal. Like,
that jacket was tighter than when you're trying to get your jersey on over your football pads. Like, that was a tight ass jersey.
Dude, imagine Batista showing up backstage tonight, and Vince is like, Batista, I got an idea. Here's Linda's jeans. Come on, dude. What the fuck happened?
People are killing their reputation. Brock Lesnar with the Scream, and Batista used to rock these badass suits, comes out in fucking skinny jeans in his little sister's fucking track jacket and shit. Even the design of it looked like a girl's track jacket.
Dude, honestly, I'm gonna keep it real. If you, because I had to pause my DVR to take care of something, he came out and I paused it and I came back and I literally said to myself, before I push play again, I said, "Damn, it looks like Batista's head on Miley Cyrus's body." You know, I mean, it
bro,
just,
only thing he was missing was open-toed thong sandals in a beach. Like
open-toed. Oh no,
bro. I mean, my God.
Wow.
Them jeans was tight, bro. Them jeans about 3 sizes too small, maybe 4.
Hey, Batista, what we are formally asking you for is your man card.
And then he opens up the jacket and you just see this fucking sun tattooed around his belly button.
Yeah, he lost some major swagger points tonight.
And I remember when I was in high school, we would make fun of people who rock jeans like that. We call them nut huggers. You can't even call those jeans. You can't call those jeans nut huggers. Those are like
dude, lyrical, the nut hugging high waters.
Those are like some how do you even? Yeah, I don't.
I mean, shit. I mean, all he was missing was a fucking crotch rocket.
That was outside. John Cena was riding it around, trying to kill time.
Hey, Batista, relaxed fit, at least.
That's
Batista had on fucking Under Armour jeans and shit.
What is he, 6'5"? He don't need to be rocking them jeans.
Yeah, someone that's
6'5", 280, and swole, and you rocking
straight from the Lil Wayne legging collection.
It really took away from his return for me.
Yeah.
I see him come out and I'm like, the hell's he wearing?
I mean, did you notice after he did the little machine gun shit, you know how he always does the last part? He couldn't even move. He couldn't even move.
He was like, hold my groin.
I mean, shit. It's amazing he got that Batista bomb off later. That's why he had to take off the jacket, because it wasn't going to happen with that on.
And how old is Dave? Like 46?
I mean, me and Jay was, going through his Twitter the other day, man. Dude got some fresh-ass kicks. But as I seen him tonight, all that shit go out the window, bro. Skinny jeans.
Batista, you're trying too hard. Just go ahead and give it up. Skinny jeans suck. It's a fad. It will pass, and people will realize how dumb they looked in skinny jeans one day.
That's superhero movie shit getting to his head, starting to wear tights and shit. I mean,
you know what we sound like, though? The lyrical can identify with this. We sound like the older guys from back when you and I were younger. Don't you have a belt? I have it on. Well, pull your
There's no need for a belt when you're wearing skinny jeans, bro.
Yeah.
Well, no one's telling him to show off his underwear either. All right, but
no.
I'm just saying.
I mean, where the hell do you put a wallet at?
All right. Oh, no.
Bro, I'm not letting this shit go, bro. Batista was supposed to be the man.
He puts it in his tight-ass jacket.
Like, at least Brock Lesnar, as
way.
bitch ass as he sounded when he
maybe
at
he
least
could
had
get
on track pants. Like,
maybe he'll go get a fanny pack like the dude used to do.
How do you carry
Zubas?
You can't get this phone in his pocket. There's no way.
No. Hey, I'm with you. I've got the Droid Ultra. That is not fitting in your in.
I got the 5.
Oh, you, dude, you're weak. You iPhone lovers, bro. Come on.
Tell you one thing, if Batista would have did one more hop, jump, and skip, he would have tore his fucking ACL in them jeans.
Lyrical, I need bifocals to look at those things. The screen is so small. I'm sorry, I can't do the iPhone. Nah, that's fine. I'm just ribbing him. So, like I said,
somebody said he had on Legend of Zelda pants.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it did look like something that belonged in a Robin Hood movie.
Somebody said he looked like Pitbull. What?
Yeah, Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
Wow.
So Triple H.
Tramp stamp on his stomach.
Those are actually on your back, but yeah. So Triple H and Stephanie leave the ring, which leaves Orton and Batista in the ring. Orton extends his hand for a handshake. Batista says, "Well, hello, Randy," and I'm like, "Oh no, this is not going to be a good promo right there." And he says, "So I understand you have a few questions about my return." I'm really not trying to get into this promo, but I'm here. And then he said, "Let's make this as simple as possible, and I'll go ahead and explain to you why I'm back for that." And he points at the belt. Now, that's one thing that I think there's going to be an adjustment process to getting used to Batista's promo style again, because it's kind of the way he cuts promos, where he can come off as very snarky, very quiet. He's not a screamer, you know. And then he said, "Whether it's you or John Cena or someone else, I don't care. I'm back to win the Royal Rumble match on Sunday. I'm back to be the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, and I'm back to headline WrestleMania, so deal with it." They didn't give him much to work with. You know, it wasn't a great promo. I don't think it was intended to be. Just kind of an "I'm back, this is why I'm here, let me lay it out," and that's it. And then Orton just stood there.
Two cards in his pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, or the pants are squeezing his nuts too tight. But Orton stood there selling some self-doubt and frustration. I don't know. I was mildly excited about Batista coming back. You know, something different. I think my favorite Batista segments were the ones where he just crapped on Cena.
Kissing babies and hugging fat girls.
Yes.
My favorites.
Yeah, and then he left and he said John Cena killed the edginess in wrestling, or killed hardcore wrestling, in an interview. He literally said that, and I'm like,
Yeah,
all right.
He said that pretty much verbatim, because I'm reading the interview.
So I'm like, all right, Batista's coming back. He doesn't like Cena like the rest of us. Sure, he wasn't a great MMA fighter, but at least he tried. I got to give him credit for that. You know, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it, but I guess we'll talk about the other appearance he had here in a little bit. But I don't know. You know, for me, I really don't care that much about what a man wears, but when it's that absurd, it can just kind of throw me off, where I'm like,
Right.
I can't identify with dude coming out there skinny jeans hugging his nuts, you know.
And then when we get to the segment with him later, you know, how the clothing impeded his performance, kind of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of like Cena. Cena comes out there looking like a big fucking billboard, and I just say to myself, I do not identify with this guy. But overall, I'll turn it over to you guys for the opening segment, let you get your thoughts in, shut up, and then we're going to try to get this thing rolling a little quicker.
Oh, go ahead, guys.
I think it's been said, man. This authority, that whole title and everything, it's just retarded. The authority, gotta go.
Oh, here, let me give you a talking point to go off.
Okay.
Number one, how big of a fan are you of the Royal Rumble concept? And then number two, I think one thing we need to focus on is as you know, guys like us. Obviously, Mad Genius and I are for sure going to watch the Rumble. I'm not paying for it. I'm going to a restaurant to watch it. But for sure, Mad Genius and I are going to watch the Rumble. I will say right off the bat, Royal Rumble, my favorite pay-per-view, my favorite concept they ever came up with. Elimination Chamber, a close second. I think that was one of their best ideas as far as a
Eric
concept.
Bischoff.
Well, yeah, it was Bischoff. But well, Bischoff also came up with that one, what was it, where Hogan and WCW.
War Games?
No.
Rumble in the cage thing?
No, the one where they had the three stages. Yeah, the three stages, the three cages.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, the Rumble in the...
Wasn't that in a movie, though?
No, it was on an
Ready to
actual
Rumble?
pay-per-view. I have it on tape.
Yeah,
can't
but it was in that movie,
Hogan and
though.
Macho Man.
They had
It was
in that
Hogan and
movie,
Savage,
too.
yes. It was Hogan and Savage.
That's the Mega Power.
And Savage got the final pinfall, if I remember right. And they even brought Zeus in, and, you know, Devo, and It ended up being a big clusterfuck, the match. The lighting was terrible, but I mean, there's been some good concepts, but Royal Rumble has always been my favorite concept. I just love the sports feel to it. So I think one thing we need to focus on here is how much do you guys like the Rumble concept? And, for instance, did this opening segment sell you on the Rumble?
Can I go first? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say something real quick. Where was all the guys guaranteeing that they're going to win the Rumble? Like, what was that? Like, isn't that the whole point? Like, where were the promos? Like, I'm going to win the Rumble, I'm going to win the title, right? I mean, Batista mentioned it. Kane told Punk he's going to be the #1 entrant. But I just didn't get a feel like usually they should have at least like 5-6 guys that you're thinking, wow, any one of those guys could win the Rumble, and you're not sure who. And that should add some drama to the Rumble, right? And I just feel like it didn't feel like it was, obviously they mentioned it a lot, but it just didn't feel like this was the go-home show. You know, I just didn't get that feel, to be honest. And I think that's what they're missing, because I love the Royal Rumble, okay? But I don't know. I think they dropped the ball here, to be honest.
Oh, I agree. Because when you look at it this year, there's really only, 2 or 3 guys that you even think have a chance to win it this year. Obviously Batista. Daniel Bryan's got a long shot if he's even in it, since he's in another match, and then you would throw Roman Reigns in there. Like, Punk's not going to win it at this point. Nobody else on the roster is going to win it. Cena's already in the title match, so you don't even know who is almost predictable at this point, which takes away from the fun part of the Rumble.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I'm with you on this, D Styles, man. This one, they failed on this one, man. I don't have any intrigue when you talk about the Rumble, and just seeing how they book a lot of these guys on the roster in the first place, I have no interest in seeing them in the Rumble. They're really building this Rumble on all of the side stories that are going on, like the Shield breakup, potentially, and the Wyatt family shit, and Goldust and Cody Rhodes, and Biggie Langston and Dean Ambrose looks to be inevitable at this point. Batista and Alberto Del Rio, like, they're building it up on side stories and not actually winning the Rumble, and I think that's where they fell short here.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't have that go home feel, and I'm thinking about years past when you would have like these multiple promos, like the multiple backstage promos. You'd even have like one of the Bushwhackers would be talking about why he's gonna win the Rumble. And all of them would, like, even though you knew, like, the Bushwhacker guy wasn't going to win the Rumble, at least he sounded like he was serious about winning. And everybody did. And you'd, like, see the Berserker, and you'd see Ted DiBiase, and Ric Flair, and Hogan, and, whoever else, the LOD, Demolition, whoever back then. And they would, you would see, maybe like a, they'd have all throughout the show, you might see, like, 4 or 5 promos, like backstage promos back to back, people talking about why they're going to win it, how they're hungry for it, and you don't get that feel. People saying, I'm going to win that Rumble, and I'm hungry for this, and I need this opportunity, and I need it bad, and I want it better than anybody. We didn't get any of that kind of stuff. So, wow, my background is pink because it's a T-Mobile commercial on my TV. But, yeah, so I agree. It didn't feel like a go-home show to me. And this introductory segment of the show didn't really get it for me. I mean, you got to see Batista come out and get his pop and all that, so it was good for that. But
I mean, just think about it. The winner of the Rumble is going to be in the main event at WrestleMania, right?
yeah.
You would think that's like, you got to get guys that even though everybody knows they're not going to win, but just have them do promos and say, I know everybody thinks I'm not going to win, but I'm going to do it. Just watch, But put some intrigue into it, and have at least like 10 guys where you're like, wow, any one of those guys, there's some dark horses here. This guy might win it. I could see them doing this. I could see them doing this. They should have put Lesnar in the Rumble, in my opinion. I mean, they should have just.
Yep.
Is Bryan going to be in the Rumble?
I don't know, because he said during his promo he said something about since the Wyatt family was in the Rumble, he's gonna have his chance to get his hands on Bray Wyatt 1-on-1. So I don't know if he is. I hope he is. I mean, I think another part of it is the fans right now are so frustrated with them just not getting the end game with the whole Daniel Bryan thing yet. That's really all fans want at this. A lot of the fans, that's really all they want at this point.
Yeah,
Either that or for
you
Punk
see
to have
them
the
put
title.
belt on.
Yeah, either put the belt on either him or Punk, and at this point, it doesn't look like either one of the guys is going to get it within the next 5 months, probably at the earliest. Like where nobody
Yeah,
cares if.
Yeah, because the Authority, they're gonna screw Punk out of winning the Rumble, so that's automatic. So Punk's not winning.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. You're going into a Mania main event probably with Randy Orton versus Batista or Brock Lesnar. Like, I mean,
Pretty much.
I mean, nobody cares about Randy Orton anymore. Like, we've seen it enough. Like, literally, we want Daniel Bryan to finally get what the fuck he deserves, and we want CM Punk to have the title. Those are literally the only two things I care about right now. And I mean, even if it was Roman Reigns at this point, I'd be like, no, because it's not his time yet. I mean,
it's not.
No, WWE has not had a guy hotter than Daniel Bryan in
I want Punk
forever.
versus Bryan main event WrestleMania.
Here's the thing, though. I think D-Style made a great point, though, because it would have felt like a Royal Rumble go-home show with those promos. You remember back in the day, you'd have Hawk and Animal backstage. And Hawk, Animal would say whatever he said. And then you'd have Hawk we're going to try to win the Rumble. And then he would say, if Demolition gets in the way, then they would throw in the underlining storyline. You did not get that on the show.
Winning the Rumble was first, though.
It was always first. All right, comment.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to read some comments throughout the review. The motherfucking View says, word is Cena was never upset with Orton. He was just taking out his anger on Randy because LeBron didn't respond to his tweet. That's a good one. All right, I'll get to some more comments. All right. So we find out on the kickoff show it's going to be Cody Rhodes and Goldust against the New Age Outlaws. I guess he's not Mr. Ass anymore. He's Big Ass now. Based on his match tonight. So we get Cody Rhodes, Goldust, and Biggie Langston against the Shield. I hate when a match like this is going and you have Michael Cole, Jerry Lawler, and JBL sitting there arguing about John Cena and Cena's dad. It just takes away from the match. You just can't fucking get away from the Cena thing throughout the show. Monday Night Cena. Before the commercial break, it was the babyfaces working over Seth Rollins. Solid in-ring work, nothing crazy, just solid. After the commercial break, Roman Reigns hit a clothesline on Cody Rhodes, and it would be the Shield working over Cody Rhodes. Cody hits a disaster kick after getting worked over for a little bit on Roman Reigns and gave Biggie Langston the hot tag. Biggie came in and beasted on Ambrose. Langston clotheslines Reigns out of the ring, and Langston set up the big ending on Ambrose, but Seth Rollins pulls Ambrose off Langston. Langston threw Rollins out of the ring, and Goldust hit the front flip dive on... I'm not going to call that by its technical term, I'm sorry. On Rollins. Biggie Langston hits a belly-to-belly overhead release suplex on Ambrose. I love that. That's the type of moves Biggie Langston needs to be doing. Biggie Langston hits his big splash, but Reigns comes in for the save. Cody came off the ropes for another disaster kick, and Reigns caught him in midair with this sick-looking Superman punch. That was awesome. Roman Reigns, 2 weeks in a row, provided great highlights. Reigns hits a spear on Goldust. Like I said, you got to be patient with Roman Reigns. He's going to get better. He's still very green. Reigns hits the spear on Goldust, but Langston caught Reigns with a clothesline. Ambrose hits Langston with a knee to the gut. Rollins came in and delivered the jump stomp. What's the technical term for that, Mad Genius? What did he call that in the Indies?
Well, I mean, the move itself is technically called a curb stomp, but that was his finisher down in developmental for a while. He called it the Blackout, which is in reference to his old name in the Indies, Tyler Black.
All right, well, there you go. There you have the inside scoop on that. And that was the finish. He hits the blackout for the finish. And once again, a great match by these guys. I enjoyed it. And one of the highlights of Raw tonight. Did it sell me on the Royal Rumble pay-per-view? No, but it was good wrestling. In fact, Matt Genius and I were talking off the air before we started. This was by far one of the best Shield matches in a long time. And Michael Cole said all 6 guys are going to be in the Royal Rumble match, and they made sure to point out it's going to be every man for himself. Do the Shield breakup at the Rumble? Is it time?
I think the seeds are like really planted. I still think they hold off another month. I still think February is that end game for them. Only because they teased it tonight with the Ambrose and Big E Langston. I think they'll end up unifying those titles at Elimination Chamber at Mania. So I think it's all going to come full circle around February.
All right, Eric, did the match entertain you?
It was actually probably the best match of the night, to be honest. I enjoyed it. I'm actually a big fan of Roman Reigns. That guy, he just has like an electricity about him. I can't explain it, but you can almost feel it. He has that it factor about him. Not that crisp, but that's something you can fix over time if the WWE will let these guys actually work a little more. But I will say this. I don't want to be the one to, but these guys are still feuding. Like I was watching it 5 months ago, man. Like they literally have not done anything with these Shield guys. They're in the same position they were 5 months ago.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
They have repositioned Reigns a little bit, and have, like Matt Genius said, they've planted seeds of doubt that he will eventually break away, or that Dean Ambrose will come off as being the guy they perceive to be the weak link, but it's just seeds. So you're absolutely right in that assessment. So let's go ahead and move on. We get a replay of last week's confrontation between Bray Wyatt and Daniel Bryan. Awesome video editing. I love the part with the gecko on whoever's face that was. I'm a video editing nut, as you guys can notice with some of the green screen stuff I do on my channel. I've done way more intricate stuff in the past. And to Mad Genius, I gotta say that all week I've been getting people sending me insider dirt sheet reports that I don't know if they're true or not, but the WWE...
I knew this moment was coming.
Yeah, I was right.
Waiting for it. Nope. You know why?
Hey, I'm gonna do my Randy Orton right now.
Nope. Because I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm gonna do my Randy Orton right now.
No, because when this all happened, you said they planned on turning him heel for the long run, and at the end of the day, the true plan, if they're going by the same dirt sheets that it all said at the end of the day, their plan was to turn him back at Elimination Chamber or at Mania because they wanted him to get that pop, bro.
Let me take the W. Let me take the W.
No, you always try to take the W.
I get the W.
I'm taking the W, bro.
I said they were turning him heel long-term, period.
And it wasn't a long-term plan.
Yes, it was. It was they were playing on
Mania, bro. We're in Mania season.
What the fuck are you on with your Drake beats in the background? Dude, this is what they're going into their WrestleMania storyline right now. They fast forward.
And the plan was to turn him back at Mania so he can get the 70,000 people chanting yes. Like, what?
All right, fine.
The plan all along was to turn him back at Elimination Chamber at Mania so he can get the giant pop. Like, apparently Vince loves Daniel Bryan. Like,
yeah, but did they have to pull the plug on it or not?
You said what?
Did they pull the plug on it or not?
They did. They pulled the plug on it.
No, that's all.
What did I say in the long run? What did I say?
That's all I said.
When it first happened, I said what? This was so he can get back at the Wyatts from the inside out, and they were turning him back. This wasn't them just trying to turn him heel for the hell of it. I said it.
I win.
You didn't win, bro. You were wrong. You thought they were turning him heel for the long run.
And it was supposed to be.
No, it wasn't. It was supposed to be until Mania. That's not the long run.
That's a long fucking heel turn.
No. And it wasn't even like a real heel turn. It was to get so he could turn back at Mania and get the huge pop. Like, they were doing it in favor of Bryan. Like, what?
Have you ever had a friend who can't admit when he's wrong?
You! I'm talking to him right now. I'm talking to him.
I claim victory was Was Bruce right? Yes.
Hell no.
Yes. Yes.
Hell
yes.
no.
Nobody's a winner when you watch Raw, but
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But you're a winner when you join BlitzSportsNetwork.com. You like that? Oh, I'm sorry. You're all winners. So we get a Daniel Bryan promo.
I knew that shit was
Eric's
coming.
like,
I was waiting on you.
Yeah, Eric's like, can you help me promote my stuff? It's pretty slick. Nice transition. Daniel Bryan gets some chants from the crowd. He says, some people say I shouldn't be the face of this company. Yeah, exactly. They're idiots, people who think that. In the office, not the fans. The fans have the right to like whoever they want, in my opinion. If Grits was on here, he probably would say differently. In fact, Grits' rant before the show, I was like, don't say that on there, please. But anyway, I think I say that every time we talk to Grits off the air. Daniel Bryan says he has he had a plan the entire time he joined the Wyatts, and it's like the entire time he hoped 3 weeks. Wow, great plan. He said he has to take Bray Wyatt down physically and mentally, and again, it's like you were with him for 2-3 weeks, man, or maybe really 2 weeks. And he had to endure physical and mental abuse. Had to stand side by side with 3 men he despises again for like a couple shows. And he had to wait for the right time when he got Bray Wyatt one-on-one. Guess he couldn't have done that without standing next to him. This whole thing made no sense. That's what happens when you got a hotshot book. He said they say follow the buzzard, but Daniel Bryan doesn't follow anybody, even though he just was with the wolf. Okay, anyway. So last week I became the buzzard and I chewed the carcass of Bray Wyatt. You like to talk about fate, but I exposed you. And this Sunday at the Royal Rumble, I'm going to do the same thing. Daniel Bryan says Harper and Rowan will be in the Royal Rumble, which leaves Bray Wyatt to go one-on-one with me. I guess the matches are going on simultaneously. Again, not making much sense. Daniel Bryan ends the promo by cheerleading yes chants. They make it look like the lights went out in the arena, which I think they did. You can't ever tell if they just turned the screen black or not. But then you saw some people with their phones on, so pretty sure they did. Bray Wyatt calls Daniel Bryan a traitor. Again, was with him for 2 minutes. You didn't expose me like you think. You only exposed yourself. For only a coward would use his free wings to fly right back into the cage that you came from. This was a good promo from Bray Wyatt. The people rewarded you and cheered you, traitor. The sheep only looked to you because they chose to kneel, traitor. What I want you to do now is go home and hug your mother.
that was good.
Yeah, it was good. He said, tell her you love her and tell her you're sorry because everything that happens to you from now on is your fault. And towards the end of his promo, they were chanting Daniel Bryan, so you really had to listen to what he was saying. But a good promo from Bray Wyatt. Daniel Bryan was out there trying to make heads or tails out of this booking clusterfuck. But for the most part, okay. I think, can we all agree, and let us know in the comments section if you feel this way too. Let's just get this Bray Wyatt thing out of the way. That's kind of how I feel at this point with Daniel Bryan. Just get the Bray Wyatt thing done. Give him his win. Give Daniel Bryan his win. Give the motherfucker the belt and listen to the audience and push him until the audience finally becomes tired of it. Unlike Cena, who you keep shoving down our throats, motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, unless it's Punk or Bryan winning that title, I mean, as nice as it would be to see Lesnar win it, okay, but the Batista thing kind of got ruined tonight. But as nice as it would to see Lesnar win it at this point, it's got to be Punk or Bryan winning the title for me. Like, in all honesty, those are the 2 guys on the roster that I care about the most in terms of just wrestling and where they are in the company. Those are the 2 guys. I mean, tired of them getting pushed down the car for other people or for other reasons, mostly backstage and whatnot. Like, give these guys a legit run at it. I mean, Punk's run was not a legit run, and neither was Bryan's. But it was a good Bray Wyatt promo, though. It started off slow, picked up towards the end.
Look, I don't want to say a lot because I haven't watched the last few weeks, right? But all I want to say is this, from what I've gathered. If you wanted to get him one-on-one, why didn't you just challenge him to a one-on-one match? I don't know.
Well, the problem was that no, he did, but then they made him go through like this gauntlet match where he had to beat one Wyatt, then he had to beat the other Wyatt, and then he was gonna get his hands on Bray Wyatt, and then they all jumped him before he.
Don't listen to him, D-Style. He's just defending his false.
So what changed? Like he's in the same position now anyway. I guess
exactly.
I don't.
That's the problem.
It makes no sense.
That's the problem. Exactly.
Well, they're trying to explain why there won't be a run-in from the Wyatts.
Yeah.
So.
Like, if anything, they should have made it a cage match. Like, this is where he first got his hands on him. Let him end it in the cage.
Right. Hell in a Cell.
Or Hell in a Cell, exactly.
How about Blood?
Gimmick.
In Hell in a Cell and Flaming Tables.
Oh, Blood would be the perfect thing for this feud. Just to have both guys just bleeding all over the place.
You know, back in the 60s, they had blood in cage matches. It was like a given. You know?
Well, the one thing, D-Style, one of the things that I get from some of the WWE fans is to say, would you want someone bleeding all over you? Excuse me, I watch the UFC. Go watch BJ Penn, Joe Stevenson. Boxing. The guy's bleeding like crazy. You know, yeah, they'll check the cut, but I watch two very entertaining combat sports where guys bleed all the time.
But what does that even mean? Like,
Diego Sanchez. And,
what do they mean when they say that? Like, do you want somebody bleeding all over you? When wrestling has done it, you know, like forever.
Yeah, like people have to understand, it's telling a fucking story.
Yep.
It's not.
No. Here's the thing. If you watch an old cage match, and you hear Gorilla Monsoon, King Kong Bundy rams Hogan into the cage.
Oh, he's deeply lacerated.
Lacerated, yeah. And then Hogan would come up, he'd be bloody. That's what happens when you run into that cold steel. And for years, they built this notion, pro wrestling as a whole built this notion that if you ran into the cage, you got cut. Because it was a dangerous match where if you get thrown into the cage, you get cut. And when someone got color in a match, bled, to the uninitiated, it was them putting over the cage.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, and now I was
about to say the way that, and you're the same type of, you know, we're like around the same age. The way we've been conditioned as wrestling fans from our upbringing, pro wrestling. You know, these images of the old Dusty Rhodes and cage matches, Dusty Rhodes bleeding and Ric Flair bleeding. It's just like when you have matches with a special referee. The special referee is another element to the match that puts the match over or whatever, and the cage is another element to the match, and you have to put the cage over.
I mean, what would Austin Brett at Mania be without Austin bleeding all over the place before he passed out? Like, that was part of the story being told.
Exactly.
We're not asking for blood in every match. We're not asking for blood in tables in every match. We're asking for it when it calls for it to put the storyline over, or to put the cage over, or to put a weapon over.
I say get rid of pinfalls, and the winner of each match happens when they go through a flaming table. You know, that's...
Plus, I honestly think it's actually safer for kids, and the reason I say this is because if the kids see the blood is, oh, if I hit my brother's head in the wall, he's going to bleed. Right?
Yeah.
So
true.
If they have the idea of, no, look, they don't bleed. Nothing's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I'm just saying that it does help with the reality factor of if you slant somebody's head in steel, they're going to bleed, right?
Yep.
That should be the perception anyway. I don't know.
And especially like certain feuds where two guys, like this feud is, as much as we hate it because Daniel Bryan is in the wrong place on the card, this is starting to actually build up to being a nice feud between these two.
No,
and
it's
this would be
not.
the perfect feud. No. I'm not saying. Obviously, I want Daniel Bryan to be higher in the card. That's a whole different subject. But I'm saying in terms of this feud strictly, it's starting to become a nice feud, like one of the better feuds that they have going.
Benoit versus the Godwins, man.
I'm not.
Get off my TV screen.
I'm not saying
No.
it's some of the old shit, but I'm saying in terms of what we have in front of us
You just
right
call
now,
them Godwins.
this is probably the best feud they have going right now.
Yeah, but can I say one thing though? The last thing I want to say about this, right now they're making these guys seem like so dangerous, and you can't get to them unless you get on the inside and this and that. In 5 months, they're going to be jobbing to everybody in the roster,
Exactly. Yep.
and
Yeah.
that's the problem with this company.
Yeah.
I
No,
agree.
you're right. Yeah.
So
Or,
hold
the,
up,
or, or
man.
they'll be gone. You know, the funny thing is, before the show, D-Style said, "What happened to Kurt Hennig's son? Where was he?" Imagine this is like, he got buried. He's gone.
All right, hold on. I had to
Oh
dip
no,
for a
I'm just gonna
second.
turn off my camera and just listen. Keep it clean.
I'm gonna try. I had to dip off for a second. I obviously missed some shit. So I guess we missed the part about Batista coming out looking like Pharrell Williams on steroids and shit.
Yes.
My man came out looking like Pharrell from the Neptunes, all jacked up and shit with them
Oh
tight
my
ass
gosh.
jeans.
Man.
That motherfucker's sneakers was too tight. You seen this motherfucker, man? But that's still my boy though, so I missed that part. But so what we on right now? D. Bryan versus the Godwins. I mean, the
Yeah.
Wyatt family. That's what we was talking about. All right, listen, man. First of all, this motherfucker came out here. I'm tired of fucking yes chance. Words to everything I love, man. I'm tired of that cornball shit. That motherfucker, he got no rhythm when he does it too. It's like he's forcing himself to get the rhythm of the yes. Yes.
Pushing it up into the
shit,
air and
motherfucker.
shit.
It's
It's
Martin
like
Luther,
just
yeah, it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, man. Do it with some rhythm, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Then you got the whole fucking crowd doing it. I'm burying WWE crowds from now on. Every single one that I fucking. What city was they in tonight?
They was somewhere in Ohio. Dayton, Ohio.
might have been Dayton.
That was Dayton.
I think it was
my
Dayton.
fucking God.
And
Isn't
they
Dayton
got
like
some real.
It was-
They
it
got
wasn't
some real
Cleveland.
dudes down there. I'm surprised the
It
crowd was
wasn't
like
Cleveland.
that.
It
Dude, this is a public service announcement. The views of Grits do not necessarily reflect the
'cause
views of the show.
Because I'm about to go in with my views, man.
Oh shit.
All right. First of all, it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There's not one black person in the fucking audience. What's up with that, man? Come on, Ohio. You got to do better than that. I know y'all still hurt over LeBron.
It was some black kids. It was some black kids doing the boom 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 thing when Kofi came out.
Yeah, when they
closed
they
up,
show you
zoomed
when
in on
Kofi
them.
came
I
out.
don't
They
give a
don't
fuck
show
about
you
It was
Kofi
when
two
no more.
black kids. Two.
Come on, man.
And they were
That's the only-
looked like they were two little brothers. The little, one
Yeah,
was
they were-
7 and one was 5, and they were doing
They
the
were Kofi's little brothers. That's the only reason they got on screen.
Yeah, but they were brothers. The brothers were
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah, man. So you know what I'm saying. But second of all, I want to get back to this. This is a major problem, man, within this product, and I could go into a little rave about how it reflects on society as a whole, but I'm gonna keep it in this chasm right here, the WWE. These crowds are pussy. Too many of these fucking audiences are pussy. I'm not saying go out there and I want a bunch of motherfucking Bloods and Crips and Hell's Angels and all that shit in the crowd. I understand the environment. You know what I'm saying? I understand the environment nowadays is supposed to be for kids and all that shit. But, man, if you just go back and look at some of the crowds from back in the day that I used to experience, I think it was King of the Ring 99, whichever one it was. I think The Rock won or lost, Shamrock or one of them shits. Or he had a match against Stone Cold. I can't remember the exact year, but it was a King of the Ring audience. And these motherfuckers were irate. They were crazy. I mean, the only time you see motherfuckers in the first row get up is whenever the action comes outside of the ring nowadays. That's the only time you see them get up and stand up and get all into it. There was times back in the day when you turn on Raw or Raw is War or whatever have you, even back in Hogan's era, and motherfuckers in the front row did not sit down, man, for the
Oh,
whole
bro,
2
during the Attitude
hours.
Era, people never sat down.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, man. And it's like, it's just so mind-blowing to see what it is now. I'm looking at the fucking show, and when everybody was standing up for the yes chance, when D. Bride came out, you could really, really observe. So I'm sitting here looking at this shit, and I'm like, all these motherfuckers, they the type of motherfuckers who got their lunch money took back when they was in high school.
Oh no.
And you know what I'm saying? And the rest of them are getting their lunch money took right now. And I'm sitting here looking at them. I'm like, if it was me and 2 of my dogs from Far Rockaway, I'd be taking their lunch money right now. I would have walked out of that arena with enough money to get me a motherfucking Benz Jeep or something, man. Because they You know what I'm saying? It don't look like no real dudes go to these shows anymore. I just see some fluffy, soft motherfuckers in the audience, man. And to be honest, the women nowadays, they probably a little bit more into it than the men are for whatever reason. Now we all understand what type of women went to these events in the Attitude Era. You know how it was in the ECW crowd. Bruce, you gotta understand where I'm coming from, man. I know you seen that crowd when they was doing the Yes chants. You got a good look at them. Think about the crowds, ECW, Heatwave 98 and that type of shit. Like to see those type of crowds, what it used to be. And I just wish people understood what wrestling really was. I'm so tired of watching motherfuckers throw kicks and slap their thighs and all this pussy shit going on, man. And these fucking matches and shit like that. There was a time when these motherfuckers took pride in taking sick bumps. When they took pride in getting their fucking jaw broken, getting their teeth knocked out.
They don't let them do it anymore.
They don't let them do it anymore. That's another thing. I'm not saying that a lot of them wouldn't do it, because a lot of these dudes came up in the indies and they paid their dues. So many of them, like Mad Jizza and Lyrical, always touch on D. Bry. He put in his time, Ring of Honor. You got CM Punk put his time in Ring of Honor. A lot of the cats in NXT that have gotten called up or whatever, they've all put in work. They've paid their dues. So I'm not gonna shit on them, but it's just what the WWE presents. I'm not gonna shit on the talent they have, because they've all paid their dues in whatever way. But the way WWE presents wrestling, the way they present it to the masses, is a brainwash, y'all. Y'all really gotta understand it, man. It's a fucking brainwash, and that's all I kept thinking when I seen these Yes chants going up for Danny Bryan. Just a bunch of brainwashed fucking zombies. I understand he's over. I understand that he paid his dues and he has a real fan base that's followed him throughout his career. I'm not gonna deny that. What I'm saying is, fuck these WWE crowds. Fuck most of their fans. I'm not shitting on the viewers. The reason y'all come here to watch these reviews is because y'all the exception to the rule. You know what I'm saying? But when I look at these fan bases, when I look at these audiences, these tweeters, these touters, these cocksuckers galore, I don't want to be associated with this shit, man. Because I really just, all I see is a bunch of fucking nerds and geek motherfuckers spread throughout the arena, man. And that's not what I'm used to. Even when I was going to shows in Madison Square Garden in the 80s, fucking kids was tough. Kids was cursing at motherfuckers. Kids be sitting there throwing shit at people sitting in the rows ahead of them, and then when people look back, they point at somebody behind them. That's the kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? It was
Moral of the story, in Chris's world, bring a switchblade to the crowd. And your nunchucks.
Why not, man? I'm just...
Oh my gosh, dude. And Chris is so fixated on the crowds.
I
you gotta love it.
Like, I'd get kicked out of a WWE event. I'm telling you, I'd get kicked out because my language, everything that I would bring to the table, they just wouldn't be having it. And that is the sad part about it. Like Eric was bringing up earlier, a lot of the real fans get they signs taken away and all kinds of shit. They don't want a real motherfucker like me up in there, especially not on Martin Luther King Day. You feel me? As far as this match and all that goes, was it a match? What the fuck happened? No, it was just a promo, right?
Yeah.
That's all it was. He came out there, some bullshit, and then Bray Wyatt came on the screen with his. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a rapper more than a fucking wrestler sometimes, man. He got a certain style about his shit.
Bray Wyatt, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Hey man, he from he from Louisiana, man, New Orleans. I think he's from New Orleans, or he's somewhere down there, man. You can hear it in the accent.
He got that Action Bronson shit going on.
So he's from nah.
Yeah,
he's from somewhere in Louisiana.
Yeah, some of you will get that reference.
Fuck Master P. Fuck Cena, fuck Lil Wayne. Fuck Cash Money as a
Did you say fuck Silk the Shocker?
Fuck Silk the Shocker.
Silk the Shocker was garbage, dude.
Oh my god, garbage.
Man.
Yeah,
the worst rapper I ever heard until a couple years ago. I heard a worse dude. I'm not gonna.
He couldn't even dub over his own voice right.
Mystical was
the only one I give props to, man.
Yeah,
that's
out of that group.
Nah, Mystical.
All right, I got another comment that I think you guys are gonna laugh at.
Let me hear
Nick 81381 says Batista ... Pitbull on steroids.
Yo, he looked like Pharrell. I was like, yo, Pharrell got big. What happened?
Oh, wow.
Yo, that motherfucking shoes was so tight. Yo, all right, but two things. Let me just real quick about Batista when he came out. I know we sit up here every week and we basically bury Nipple H. We bury Nipple H. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, shit, let me get through this, y'all. The thing is, it's mostly because of what he's promoting now. He's an advocate for this pussy shit that the WWE puts out, and that's understandable from a business standpoint, from a corporate mind. I understand why, his intentions and all that shit. He's just going with the flow of the company policy and all that shit. But let me break something down to y'all about the little exchange that I saw real quick when Batista came out. Money talks, but only made men speak power. And by that I mean you got to be a made cat to run in certain circles. And I'm gonna bring this into a mini Cena rant real quick, because you could say what you want about Triple H nowadays, or you could say about him as being a glory hound, a spotlight hogger, or putting himself in certain places and all that. You could talk about him not being the best or most exciting wrestler to watch, whatever you want. That's fine with me.
And a serial barrier.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And we all know he got the shovel with him at all times nowadays. But this motherfucker has paid his dues since he was fucking around with WCW. When did he come up? When did he make his mark? The Attitude Era. Who was he running in circles with? The Rock, Stone Cold, Kane, Big Show, Undertaker. How many times did that motherfucker blade, you know what I'm saying, for the entertainment purposes? How many times did he fuck himself up going out there? How many brutal matches was he involved in, man? I'll never take that away from Triple H. As much as I come up here and I talk shit about him and I bury him, he's a made man. And by that, I'm talking about outside of WWE. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers know him. He came to the ring with Mayweather, and when Mayweather had that fight, I forgot who he fought. He came to the ring. It was him and 50 Cent. Yeah,
right, when he had the gimmick on his arm.
You know what I'm saying? It was him and 50 Cent came to the ring, and his wife came to the ring with Mayweather. I understand they did that thing for WrestleMania whenever with Big Show and Mayweather and all that shit. But the thing is that Mayweather couldn't turn that down. He did it for the money and all be all, but he didn't have to have Triple H running with him coming to the ring. What that means is they connected, they clicked. 50 Cent ain't gonna associate with himself with too many bitch ass motherfuckers, which means 50 Cent, I'm cool with Triple. DX had a remix for their theme music by Run DMC back in the day. You understand what I'm saying? Triple H got some realness to him. That's something that John Cena will never fucking have. Nobody will ever want to be associated with this cocksucking bastard. You understand me? Because he's fucking phony. He's soft. He doesn't have an ounce of realness to him.
We saw what happened when LeBron wanted the belt with, John Cena. So
exactly.
He got ignored. So.
And then The Rock had to come through. You know, this is what I'm trying to tell you. There's something about this pussy that it just he caters to women. He caters to women and little fucking kids. Why? Because there's nothing real about him that real motherfuckers can ever cling to, understand, or could just relate to. Because he's a fucking phony. And I'm trying to watch my language, so I'm gonna chill right now. But the thing was, I seen the exchange between Batista when he came out with them skinny jeans and shit. When he came out there, and he gave him dap. He didn't do some corny handshake. He didn't do some corny salute. It's little things like that I want y'all to notice about certain motherfuckers when they come to the ring. If you could go back, or if you remember what I'm talking about, when Triple H said what's up to Batista when he came in the ring, he gave him that, like two homies on the block. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't some just corny. It was genuine. It was organic, like we say up here on the panel. It was real shit, and that's made men shit. So that's something that you'll never see. You'll never see John Cena be able to interact like that with anyone ever. And D. Bryan, he's all right. I'm not gonna shit on him because Lyrical and Badges is my man's. But this segment was all right with Bray Wyatt coming out or whatever. But I'm like Eric, my man Eric feel right now. I don't know about this whole shit because they ain't gonna go nowhere with these fucking Wyatt family, the modern day Godwins. So that's it. Sorry, y'all.
All right. I had to mute myself. I admitted I was laughing. Grits is like Grits turns on Raw. First thing he does, see who's in the crowd. I wouldn't break bread with these motherfuckers. Fuck them.
I'm so serious. Like, these are the type of people that I would watch them go into their car after the show and I put a ski mask on.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I didn't want to ruin his beautiful story by mentioning that Justin Bieber also came out with Floyd Mayweather, but we'll
no, that's all right.
We'll leave that off the air.
Justin Bieber is smoking meth with bad model bitches right now, so
yeah, that's true. He is getting some tail.
Yeah, he's kind of gone.
I still think he's a fuck. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, we'll leave that one alone.
I'll leave it alone.
So next is Fandango against Xavier Woods.
Come on, man.
I want to point this out to you. So Biggie Langston was in a tag match. His team loses. Remember, this is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Fandango against Xavier Woods, another brother. He gets squashed by Fandango.
This wasn't even this was beyond squash. Like, he took 2 moves. Like,
dude, someone
said this was close to platinum casket status right here.
During our argument on Twitter, Mad Genius, someone sent a picture of Summer Rae saying something about you. I don't remember. It was a diss on you. It was a really good one, by the way. All of them were. Everybody who dissed Mad Genius on my behalf during that whole thing.
It's all of you. Let's throw with a wig on.
It was Summer Rae, and I'm like, she looks like a bird. Like,
bro, did you see the face, bro? I told you.
Oh, yuck, dude. That's just.
She looks like Destro with a wig, man.
And
oh, she looks like the fucking Crypt Keeper from Tales from the Crypt. That's what she looks like.
Yeah, she kind of does. That my friends is
blonde wig.
That, my friends, is the poster child for settling.
Settling for Butterface, bro.
That's throw away your standards.
Ultimate,
I guess. Yeah. Emma.
She could bear my children. I don't give a fuck.
Oh no, dude, no.
Summer Rae, bro.
You would say that for one weekend at the most. I guarantee you, dude.
Wake up the next morning. The fuck did I do?
I seen homegirl in the audience though with her sign.
Yeah,
Emma.
Yeah, Emma. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. She was in the crowd.
Yeah.
With a sign.
Listen,
Emma.
Let me tell the Blitz team about new slang. Me and my boys in the hood. What do you call birth control? What do you call protection? A condom. You call it protection, which is another word for defense. Who was a great defense attorney? Johnny Cochran.
Oh my God.
So if you're gonna use a condom, you use Johnny Cochran. I seen a certain bro who was bad as fuck. I will not use Cochran. So when I seen Emma, I will not use Cochran, baby, at all. She's having newborn babies.
Oh my God!
Go ahead, back to the Martin Luther King. It's all about unity,
sponsored
man, between
by
everybody.
Yeah.
No, but you noticed the theme, right? Motherfuckers getting buried on Martin Luther. Come on.
They were. Vince is back
they
there.
Had platinum caskets lined up, man.
Vince is like, I got a great idea for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We'll have all the African Americans lose. You know, okay.
Roll out those platinum caskets, yeah.
Yeah. He does the best Vince. He does the best Vince. He does. I swear. He's kind of puke. Yeah.
Yo, they should have kept the camera on homegirl during the whole fucking match because it wasn't even worth watching.
She's gonna be on the main roster soon, bro.
You know the funny
She's on
thing?
my main roster. I will not use Cochran, boy.
It's not something I talk about on the Raw review.
She-Hulk with somebody.
It's not something that I talk about on the Raw review much because I'm kind of the opposite of Grits. I respect where Grits is coming from with the crowd. For me, I just don't like making people feel bad for liking something that they like, but what Grits is saying is he's not like coming down on them for what they like. What he's saying is the old school crowd has been replaced by this, and Grits is saying that's an example of how things have changed. I think that's the overview.
Yes, and it just bothers me because as an industry as a whole, Bruce, it's flipped on its head. It doesn't resemble what it did. It's the feeling is gone. It's
I mean, come on, it took 50 minutes into the show, and it was only one match, and it was a hell of a match between the Shield. I missed that part of the review. That was a good match.
That was a good match, yeah.
And I'll touch on that later when we talk about when Batista comes out, because I got something to say about Roman Reigns. But it's not me shitting on anybody who's a WWE fan. It's not me shitting on, especially not the Blitz team, anybody who's coming to these reviews for the first time. I'm not getting down on y'all. And I'm not trying to make anyone in particular feel a certain way. It's just overall. Like I said, I could have touched on it being just a reflection of society as a whole, but I didn't. And I think that would have explained things a lot better or more diplomatically. But right now, I'm just looking at it through the chasm of the WWE fan bases, and it's a symbiotic relationship between the fan and the product that Vince has given us, and it just goes hand in hand because nothing's going to change until that crowd changes, until real motherfuckers step up and be like I said, Bruce, you remember when they had Raw in the Civic Center in Manhattan back in the day? They were chanting for fucking ECW because they didn't want to see the bullshit Vince was giving them. And what did Vince do? He changed up. He actually brought in ECW wrestlers because people voiced their opinion. They weren't happy with what they seen. And there's too many sheep in the WWE fan base that don't care what they're given. And they just take it and take it and take it like hot buffalo cock up their ass. And it's fucking pissing me off.
Oh my god.
So that's it, man.
Well, you just ruined Buffalo Wild Wings for a lot of viewers. So yeah.
You just had to be there.
Yeah. All right, so we get Brad Maddox. Speaking of taking out Buffalo, Brad Maddox is backstage. Garrett Bischoff.
You guys have completely ruined B-dubs for me.
Imagine Dr. Phil one day. Well, we have Brad Maddox here, and Garrett Bischoff.
Garrett Bischoff and Liza Minnelli's love child. Right?
Yeah. We got to tell you, Eric, we did a paternity test, and Brad Maddox is your son. Because he looks so much like Garrett
Maury
Bischoff.
Povich come out with the results to prove that he's the father.
Oh, and by the way, one thing I was going to say that I didn't say before we get to this. Whenever Fandango comes out, I look into the crowd, and I always look to see who's doing this. Because I always say to myself, I would never do that. Never. I would never felt the impulse. And whenever I look into the crowd, you see guys, and you're like, man, you guys ever have that dude you worked with, or for me, there was a business partner in the private investing field that I was working with, or a guy in the past who one of your other friends brought into the clique, and you look at him and you go, This dude's in need of a major fucking makeover. You know what I mean? Like, we got to help this guy and rescue him from the depths of Nerdville. And I look into the crowd and I see that, and that literally, Jay was trying to press me to get me to say that, they're losers and this and that. That's honestly the feeling I get, where it's like,
get tail and all that kind of stuff.
You are not going to.
Which they do, but that's a
virgin.
What is Jay paying you to say that?
Fuck Jay.
Yeah. Oh. Wow. All
I
right.
bet you know Batista's his boy, but he ain't here today because he can't defend them goddamn skinny jeans.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, but you can say to me tonight about Batista ain't shit.
Because imagine if Brock came out wearing some shit like that, we wouldn't hear from Jay for a long time.
Oh my gosh, Jay would come on here and kill Lesnar.
Oh, I gave Jay hell for the scream. I mean, shit, he was gonna catch it for Batista.
No, those skinny jeans, him wearing Linda McMahon's jeans, and like you said,
those are some size 8 girl jeans for real, man.
That takes Brock Lesnar's scream and makes it look manly to me. In contrast to comparison, I'm sorry.
Agreed, because at least he was doing some badass shit while he was screaming like a bitch.
Yeah, so it definitely boosted the big lighter in the Brock Lesnar scream to a whole nother level now.
I mean,
wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Bully Ray's Bic Lighter of Doom blows this stuff away
Oh hell yeah, that's
for
what I'm saying.
manliness.
That
So-
that lighter and the Brock Lesnar scream are on another level now after the G.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I looked at Twitter the other day. Or I looked at The Rock's Twitter, I should say specifically. This dude's tweeting back and forth with Velvet Sky and Bully Ray from TNA.
Well, he's good friends with Bully Ray though, you know that.
I know that, but
Real
it's like,
recognize real, boy.
he totally blew off Stone Cold, I'm pretty sure, didn't he?
Yep.
When Stone Cold asked him to come on his podcast? Or maybe they talked off, behind the scenes.
Austin said he never responded.
Wow. But I think that, I wonder if it has anything to do with,
Yeah.
if you heard that interview with Bruce Pritchard, where Bruce Pritchard basically came out and put out there for public consumption that Stone Cold was playing politics on The Rock backstage to Bruce Pritchard. If you read between the lines, that's what he said.
Yeah.
Bruce Pritchard said that I knew The Rock, that we had something with the Rock when you came to me and started telling me, what's he going to get over with an eyebrow and this and that? So he basically said when Stone Cold came to him and started politicking against The Rock, and that's, I think if The Rock heard that, he probably got really mad.
Shit, I wish Austin would have buried that motherfucker if I knew 10 years later he was gonna come back and put bitch ass Cena over.
Yeah, I still agree on the Cena thing. WrestleMania 29, the worst WrestleMania of all time, because of that ending. I mean, I don't fucking care. Give me Roddy Piper and Mr. T in a boxing match over that.
Give me LT versus Bam Bam Bigelow.
Hey, oh, dude, LT went out there and pulled off a good match.
Believe it or not, and I'm not
Yeah, he did.
bullshitting either. Believe it or not, man.
Not a great match by pro wrestling standards, but for an athlete with very little training, compare him to what Mongo McMichael looked like in WCW. Ugh.
Mongo had that sexy bitch though. Deborah.
There you go. I put over a New York athlete and put down a Chicago one. So there, yeah.
Wow, wow.
You got it.
I'm
But
playing Lotto tomorrow.
hey,
He was a
Grits.
horseman.
Yes, he was. And by the way, a few other guys who should have been in that other than him. But Grits, one word, Jordan.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Him being a
Fuck
Knicks
you.
fan, they hate Jordan.
You
So
fucking villain. You a villain. I swear
Yeah.
you're a villain.
no, I'm in the majority on this one, my friend. Wait a minute. Did a Knicks fan, with the way the Knicks played basketball, just accuse a Bulls fan of being the villain? Are you kidding me?
Fuck Carmelo Anthony, man. I call him Jello.
Oh,
His name is Jello Anthony.
Yeah,
Soft plush motherfucker.
you call him Jello Anthony. I just call him overrated. So Brad Maddox is talking with Kane backstage. He claims that Batista returning was his idea. It was a great idea. Stephanie McMahon, and by the way, more cool points down for Batista when you got Brad Maddox. Stephanie McMahon asks Kane, what was he thinking when he chokeslammed CM Punk? See, this is the type of pussy bullshit I just don't get. Oh no, Kane chokeslammed CM Punk. He's in the position of an authority. Ultimately, I'm not going to go through all these notes with this whole thing. To speed things up. You're in a leadership position. You did the wrong thing. Go apologize to CM Punk. Ooh, what a cool segment, WWE.
This is all you punk ass soap opera sports entertainment lovers. That's why we got
That's what-
fucking
no,
bullshit
dude,
segments, because
I'm
y'all
gonna-
motherfuckers, y'all general hospital loving motherfuckers. Now we gotta deal with soap operas when it come to fucking wrestling. I gotta wait fucking 50 minutes to see the second fucking match on the show because y'all motherfuckers want storylines and plot twist and all that bullshit. You can't just have motherfuckers like back in the day, NWA or Georgia Wrestling. They talk shit for 5 minutes right in front of the ring, then they get in the ring and beat the shit out of each other. Nah, y'all want plot twists and storylines and character development and all this hot fucking garbage. Spew it out your mama's blazing birth hole, motherfucker.
So I forgot what I was saying.
All right, let me. Go ahead, Eric. I want you to get your thought out before you forget, and then I'm going to say something that may be controversial. But go
Well,
ahead.
I haven't watched in a while, but why do they need so many people in authority? Like, what? Like, are you telling me that one person? I remember, like, I think it's Jack Tunney, Gorilla Monsoon, right? I think once in a while they had a commissioner, and it was like one guy that ran the whole thing, and then finally McMahon. And why do they need Kane's assistance? Like, what does he do? Like, what's his job? You know, like what? It's retarded. The whole thing's dumb.
It is.
I don't know. And then Kane, it's good, right?
I'm gonna say this. Mad Genius is gonna get mad because Mad Genius is Mad Genius the perv, as we know. And I'm gonna give this a couple qualifiers. I've seen some of her interviews that she's done. I saw her giving a speech at WrestleMania, you know, in the press to the press conference. Very professional businesswoman when it pertains to that side of things, not the acting. I'm sure she's a great mom and all that. Probably a really nice lady, Stephanie McMahon. But if I never saw Stephanie McMahon on TV again, I would not care. She is horrible. I am so ready for Stephanie McMahon and Dixie Carter to take a fucking hike.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Why you gotta bring Dixie into this?
Well, I'm just being honest. They bring nothing to the show. They are not enhancing matches. They are not enhancing characters.
Stephanie's got some enhancements on her.
Of course she does. She's got fake tits, okay?
And I want to see the motherfucker. If she came out there and didn't say a word, I'd be fine.
All right, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, when it pertains to tuning into a wrestling show that's already too long as it is, when Stephanie McMahon starts laying down the law, she's too nice for this. You know, even when they had her in the Invasion storyline, you remember that? Mm-hmm. Where her and Shane were in charge of WCW and ECW, and that whole thing got fucking just fucked up. They screwed that whole thing up. They made DDP look like a raging idiot.
They turned him into a complete jobber.
They did.
From the two-time world WCW world champion.
Yeah, they buried him.
Buried him.
But when even back then, I just didn't believe it. But I thought that she had more teeth as a character back then. Then they started going to some of the, you know, sex cell stuff with her. Yeah. And, you know, that...
I would not use Cochran.
I'm sure you wouldn't. But for me, it was still kind of like she's still Vince's daughter, you know what I mean? Triple H has been there.
Daddy, though. That's worse.
Well, I'm sure. But what I'm saying is, I just don't think that Stephanie McMahon is getting it done as an on-screen character, and I want her gone. I'm done. I do not want to see her on anymore. And every time she's out there with Triple H as this authority figure sucks too. Both of them. This whole authority storyline is trash. I want Triple H off TV. I didn't even like him as a wrestler ever. I'm one of the biggest Triple H haters you'll ever find. I always found his matches to be mediocre at best. Even what you would consider some of Triple H's best matches, I still found to be boring. I thought he was lumbering in the ring. Was he involved in storylines and given matches where they did some extreme stuff and whatever? Sure. I can't stand him. I don't like him. I didn't like the teenage jokes that him and Shawn Michaels used to cut. I hated the way they no-selled guys cutting promos on them. I hated the pushes that he got. There were so many matches where it was like a triple threat match, and I'm like, here's the one guy who doesn't belong in this match, you know, up to this day. And the only reason, and this is the honest to God's truth, the only reason that Triple H is in the spot that he's in is because he fucked the boss's daughter off air. This is not an organic storyline to me. I do not really believe that they are authority. To me, they are as over as an authority as Stephanie was back during the Invasion era, which she wasn't to me. Shane was more believable as an authority figure to me because he's the son. You know, he had great matches. Mad Genius. Kurt Angle. Yeah. He had, you know, Shane was also going in the ring and working and things of that nature. And I thought that Shane and the rivalry with his dad was good. Shane could work in this spot. Stephanie and Triple H, for me, no. I'm done with it. I don't want to see it anymore. Honestly, considering the amount of time that they dedicate to this storyline, this is the second most annoying thing on the show next to Fuckboy Buckethead John Cena. For me, I'm sick of it. And guys, tell me what you think.
This is a byproduct of the fucking attitude era. Everybody who who praises and loves the attitude era, no doubt, I was a part of that. I was a witness to that, but I didn't think about the ramifications it was gonna have, and this is a part of it. Everybody fell in love with storylines and all that backstage hot garbage. Who the fuck believed that Kane was shooting thunder and fire out of his brother, man? Who the fuck believed that Rikishi really ran over Stone Cold in the fucking parking lot and all this shit? Like, who the fuck, like, all this unbelievable Walt Disney shit, once it got brought into the game, there was no turning back. The magic used to happen in the ring, man. The chemistry between the wrestlers, between, you know, the work that they was putting in, the bumps that they was taking, and the storylines they told within the ring. Especially if you go back to the days of, like, Buddy Rogers and all of them, you know what I'm saying? Ruth Fez or whatever have you. You go way back then. Like DS, you know what I'm talking about. There was a time in the 60s when wrestling was almost as revered, or if not as revered, as boxing, man. Because of the way that it was presented to people, the way the wrestlers carried themselves, the way they didn't break kayfabe for nothing. And it was almost like a secret society fraternity back then. That, you know, it was a G code to it. You kept shit behind the scenes.
Oh hell yeah! Chris Jericho was just talking about that. How he said when he play a heel, when he be out in public and like little kids asking for autographs and shit, he don't give them autographs and he mean mug the shit out of them.
Yeah,
like that's what the fuck you supposed to do.
Just like somebody mentioned this on Twitter, I can't remember who, but when they used to be on the Arsenio Hall show, Rick Rude was up on there. He didn't break character. Macho Man was on there numerous times. He never broke character. Ultimate Warrior went up there and he was flipping over couches. He didn't break character. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, the attitude era, for everything that it helped to innovate and push forward in the industry, it also eventually made the industry take so many steps backwards. And segments like this is a byproduct of that. Who the fuck believed that Stephanie's dad was getting kidnapped by the fucking Undertaker? Like, y'all didn't know her dad was writing this motherfucker's checks, you stupid motherfuckers. Vince came out with that fucking the Attitude Era commercial, that promo, and he came out and told y'all stupid motherfuckers watch South Park and Jerry Springer, so we're gonna give y'all dumb shit because that's what y'all want to watch. And y'all sucked his balls for it. Y'all just got on your fucking knees with no knee pads on and sucked his balls for it and loved it. And yes, we got some great shit out of the Attitude Era, no doubt. But you know what? It eventually led to this, to them still using that same recipe. Because once those doors were open and the floodgates allowed all this bullshit to come through, that was it. There was no turning back. It'll never be looked at as a sport again. It will always be looked at as sports entertainment. The fucked up part is the entertainment part ain't entertainment. Because we got this. What's up with Kane? That motherfucker, he need to get some grease and a do-rag on his head, man. Try to put some waves in that shit or something. Because he looking fucked up in the game right now. Like, you know what I'm talking about? But listen, I'm telling you, I'm real frustrated. I just watched 3 hours of this shit and wasted 3 hours of my life that I can't get back. I'm never watching Raw again. If y'all want to see Grits on the review, understand that I will be freestyling my thoughts and opinions. Because I'm not watching this bullshit anymore. This shit was fucking horrible to me. I'm pissed off. Don't ever fucking ask me to watch this shit again. I'm tired of this shit. You got me saying, and you're right, Bruce. Like I just can't buy into her with this shit. She has changed. At least back in the days, she used to bring her slutty, sultry ways, and you know, and whatever. And there's certain things. There's certain ways. I'm not saying you got to eliminate storylines, but keep it revolved around the action in the ring. When Ric Flair was talking about Macho Man, woo, I fucked your wife. I got pictures of this shit. You know what I'm talking about? And they would have little segments when they talking to the Macho Man and Elizabeth at their house and shit like that. But that was almost like boxing. Like, you know how you do, You got the behind the scenes of boxing where they, show somebody training, getting ready for a fight and all that shit. It was almost like that. You know what I'm saying? That was the feel to it. That is gone nowadays. I remember one time before WrestleMania, you had to sit down with Rock and Stone Cold. That's the kind of shit you do, man. You don't bring all this fucking fantasy bullshit. Undertaker being buried, or is he dead and then he pops up again? And fuck all this dumb shit, man. It's all bullshit, anime, pop, golf, bullshit, comic book bullshit. Now we stuck with it forever. But like y'all believe the authority and all this dumb shit. Now let's get out of here with that. Keep it to what goes on in the ring, man. And it would just it would be revered so much differently. It would be respected in circles outside of the sports entertainment world. And that's what wrestling is lacking right now. That's what the WWE is lacking right now. That transcendence that they had when other types of brands and other types of sports clung to it. Remember The Rock was in the ring with Busta Rhymes one time. You would see mad football players, rappers, all artists and actors coming in the WWE event all up in the front row. You don't see none of that shit anymore because it doesn't have that feel. So this little segment and all this Brad Maddox, why the fuck is this hermaphrodite on my screen, man? He don't even look like a man. He look like a bull dagger. That's what the fuck he look like.
Bro, did you just say bull dagger?
That's what he looks like. He don't look like a man.
I haven't heard that in forever.
Cause I'm tired. Hey, look, no disrespect to anybody, man, but it's too many immaculated characters running around in this company for me to get. I'm shutting up, man. Somebody take it, man. I'm done, man.
No. I completely agree with you about why it's not respected anymore. Hell, you look at fucking Mexico, in their wrestling down there. When Sin Cara got signed to the WWE, they had a big fucking press conference on their on their version, their giant sports media outlet, their version of ESPN. They had a fucking press conference for the dude announcing he was going to WWE. You go over to Japan and you look at the shit is in the newspaper every day and with the results and what's the fuck is going on, and it's respected. And then you look over here. Don't nobody want to talk about that shit in mainstream sports coverage. Hell, not even as much as I fucking hate ESPN, they don't want to touch that shit. It's a reason. There's this bullshit going on in nothing they do makes sense. The matches they put on ain't to the capability that they should be putting on. The booking is garbage. They don't give a fuck about what happened in the ring. And that's the main problem. We come up here every week and talk about all these motherfuckers want to come online and talk about if you don't like it and stop watching it and you gotta respect this and you gotta respect that and you should at least try to enjoy it and watch it as a fan and not as a critic. How the fuck can you be a fan of this shit? How? I'm a fan of fucking wrestling, not sports entertainment, as Grits would say it. It's just fucking ridiculous. How the fuck is this shit supposed to appeal to me? Like, I'm a grown ass man. I grew up on the west side of Detroit, man. I done seen a lot of shit in my life, man. I'm 12 years old. I seen a man get his fucking back blown out with a Mossberg shotgun. How the fuck am I supposed to relate to some John Cena running out there, doing a cheap imitation of something that started in the black culture? The fuck, motherfuckers out there wanna. And this specifically for me, Grits and James and motherfucking lyrical motherfuckers want to come on here and bring race into the conversation and call us all these words and shit. And since it's Martin Luther King Day, I'm gonna let y'all know y'all can go fuck yourselves, because while y'all sitting around here rooting for a man that's stealing something from a culture that we fucking created, listen how moronic you fucking sound. You're rooting for a man who's doing a cheap ass knockoff imitation of something that our culture created.
You can't see me.
But you want to throw racial slurs and shit out there, right? You want to tell me I have to respect Cena? Respect Cena for what? What the fuck has he done? Let me pull the curtain back a little bit. Let me pull the curtain back a little bit, cause
go in.
Cause see, motherfuckers ain't got to twist it. Cause I sit up in here, I sit up on here, and I be the nice guy, and I crack jokes and all of this extra shit, and I play the nice guy up here. You know, everybody the face of the panel and all of this shit. You know, let me tell y'all something, because a lot of motherfuckers like to sit up here and talk on the internet and shit, and sit behind. And they say we sit behind a keyboard and we sit behind cameras for 3 hours and talk shit. We do this shit because the viewers want to hear us do this shit. We don't do this shit. Motherfucker, this shit is a hobby for us. We all got lives outside of this shit. We don't sit in the basement jacking off and playing video games all goddamn day. We all got normal lives we go back to living all the time. Unlike motherfuckers who like to just sit there and come on the internet and hate on what the fuck grown ass men doing, and then call us outside of our names. Not even critiquing what we do, but you starting to get personal with this shit. And once you start to get personal, that's the point where you really want to get fucked up. And like I said, I come up in here and I play nice guy and shit. But like I said, I'm born and raised on the west side of Detroit. I done seen a lot of shit in my life. I ran the streets for 4-5 years. Motherfuckers don't know what the fuck I've been through, what the fuck I done seen. So why everybody want to sit there and talk shit about what the fuck we doing? I know Gris, we all from different parts, but we all came up from the hoods somewhere. And everybody who grew up in the hood somewhere know what the fuck it is when I say this, but you cut from a different cloth when you from where we from.
I'm
so
from
all these
Nevada.
it's cut from a totally different cloth. And motherfuckers want to get on the internet, won't even show their fucking faces on cameras and talk shit about us. But when it all comes down to it, if you saw me in person, you wouldn't do shit. Plain and fucking simple. Cause like I said, you ain't been through what I've been through. You ain't seen what I seen. You ain't lived through what I lived through. Like I said, I ran the streets 4-5 years of my life. I didn't seen it all. I done it all. Motherfuckers really think I just sit up here and just talk shit, talk shit on the internet just to talk shit, or I'm doing this because this is my entire life and all of this. No, after I get off of here, I'm gonna go do something productive with my life. Like I do every fucking day when I wake up. Chances are, I probably make more money at my regular job than your parents, whose basements you guys are probably staying in. You just want to be honest about it. I'm doing well for myself. So all of this hating and shit that go on the internet and all of you gotta respect John Cena. Why the fuck should I respect a man like that? You gotta understand what the fuck I grew up around. I grew up around real motherfucking gangsters. I grew up in the hood around real motherfuckers, real motherfucking killers. Like, you people just don't understand. I grew up listening to motherfuckers like, I just told Gris earlier, I went back and got on my Wu-Tang flow earlier. Fucking Mobb Deep, Tupac, B.I.G., Rakim. You know what I'm saying? Hell, even a motherfucker like Jay-Z. Just so many motherfuckers that I've grown up listening to. And you expect me to respect a man in John Cena who comes off as completely opposite? John Cena grew up in the fucking burbs, for crying out loud. Trying to portray a thug-ass gimmick that he ain't had shit to do with, he ain't never lived it. Point and simple, disgracing the fucking music genre that I love, disgracing the fucking culture that I love, that I live, that I breathe every fucking day that I wake up. Why the fuck would I respect the man who do that? Making a mockery of the shit that I really live. But we sit up here and we just fucking haters, right? No, we calling it how we fucking see it. And that's just exactly what it is. And if you don't like it, stop watching, pussy. Nobody's making you watch this shit. Time and time again, y'all just like to come here. If you don't like it, then stop watching. Then why the fuck are you watching us? Ain't nobody forcing you to watch this shit. Nobody's forcing you to watch it. Ain't nobody forcing you to come on here, leave comments acting like a stupid, ignorant, dumbass, racist, all types of shit that we get all goddamn day. Ain't nobody making you do that. But see, that's just the ignorance of this new world that we live in, which Gris was alluding to. We live in a pussified world. Nothing filled with dumb, ignorant motherfuckers that we got to deal with every day. I come across more stupid motherfuckers on the internet than I do in real life. And I'm only on the internet for a couple hours a day. Just listen to that shit. Motherfuckers is out here going through real ass problems, and y'all motherfuckers want to sit up on here and complain and cry and bitch about John motherfucking Cena and how much you love having his dick in your mouth, and then you want to get on here and compare dick and tell me John Cena got bigger dicks than us, and he got a better looking girlfriend, and he make more money than us, and all of this shit. Like, grow the fuck up. Get a fucking life. Stop sitting in your basement eating fucking Fruity Pebbles. Like, what the fuck else are you doing? When it's all said and done, when we get off of this review, we gonna go back to normal life. While you sit there in your basement jacking off the John Cena matches, not doing shit. And that's just plain and simple.
for life.
All right, and I've got something I want to get off my chest. Julia White, for trying to jack my heritage in a culture that we built with that Urkel character. No, I'm just kidding. I had to try to light. I had to try to lighten it up. No, I totally understand where you guys are coming from.
It's frustration, Bruce. This segment, like you said.
No, Bruce, you should understand too, because you grew up as a part of the fucking culture we grew up as a part of.
Yeah.
And how much hate
I don't give a fuck
Bruce?
what nobody else say. Whatever fucking insults they want to throw at it. Bruce is a real ass motherfucker who grew up in the same part of the culture. Bruce is a real motherfucking hip hop head. He lived it, breathed it.
Yeah.
John Cena grew up in the fucking burbs, going to fucking private school, and Bruce is the exact type of motherfucker that got made fun of at the end of the fucking 8 Mile movie. And by the way, fuck Eminem, because he ain't even really from Detroit. So why everybody say he from Detroit? He from the fucking burbs too. I'm really from 8 Mile, motherfuckers. I'm really from 8 Mile. I really grew up on it. I'd walk outside right now in 5 seconds and take a fucking picture and show y'all the fucking 8 Mile sign. I really live this shit. Fuck John Cena.
My man Bruce Blitz could go to Queens Boulevard, Elks Lodge, and go to the ECW show in 1997.
Oh, dude.
The crowd that I seen tonight, they wouldn't even make it on the block. They be horrified by what they seen just going on in the crowd outside of the fucking place. They run back to mom. You know what I'm talking about?
Well,
so, yeah.
Here's the thing about that. Wrestling used to be a thing where everyone could come from different walks of life, and because we all liked it, you know. I could really take the viewers back on what you just said. I could really go back in time and explain some things, but I'll just leave it alone. But the thing about this is, you know, Mad Genius, the internet's gonna, in the anonymity behind their keyboard, people are gonna type and do and say things. And
But they like to call us internet. They like to say we internet thugs and shit, right?
Yeah,
no,
but
motherfucker, I live that shit. Yeah.
Well, here it comes back to this fundamental, and it's pretty well known that I coined the term "cope-tards," and the meaning of the word "cope-tard" got bastardized. And when I was talking about cope-tard, I was just basically saying people who thought he was better than Jordan. Never once told a Kobe fan, you should not cheer for Kobe. You should not feel that way. You should not hate LeBron James. You should not. Same thing with wrestling. Always come on here and say, if you like John Cena, more power to you, and things of that nature. Why do you guys think I do that? It's because it's a treat others how you would want to be treated sort of thing. And if I was going to someone else's channel and jumping all over them for their opinion on taste, liking or disliking, I would hope they blocked me and shunned me because I would feel like an idiot. And it comes back to that. If we hate Cena and you don't like that, why does someone's opinion on taste matter that much where you're going to come to the comment section and leave racial slurs, which, by the way, get pulled down on this channel? Mad Genius, you know what I'm getting at there. Mm-hmm. It just makes, on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I you know, whatever. Stereotypes will always be there. And Eric, you know, you've dealt with that a lot with boxing, because a lot of boxing fan bases are, I identify with this boxer because I'm his nationality, or identify with him and stuff like that. And we've seen some pretty major race wars on YouTube over boxing subjects. And it's sad. You just wish it could be left out of it. We all bleed red at the end of the day, and show me someone who gets cut and they bleed something other than red. Yeah. You know, that's the way I look at it.
John Cena, his shit is fuchsia.
It's
pink color.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Now,
all right, go ahead.
I just want to add something real quick here. I mean, obviously I'm not a John Cena fan. Okay, obviously, but I do have like little cousins and that are John Cena fans. You know what I mean? Like I know people that are John Cena fans, and the truth is like
ditto. Yep.
Some might think, and I know they're not punks. So I don't want to stereotype all John Cena fans. Or if you're a John Cena fan and you're not a punk, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. It's a subjective thing, wrestling. So it's all about opinion. So people got to be honest with what they're watching, and if you don't like it, say it. That's just the way it is.
And don't act like it's some. Don't act like it's Armageddon when you find someone out there on the interwebs who has a differing opinion to your taste. I had people sending me a video this week, and I saw the title, didn't click on the video for 1 second based on the title. Am I going to say what the title was? No, I'm not going to plug someone who's not my friend. But as soon as I saw the title, I said, well, it's not anything I want to watch. You're like, you got to respond. You got to respond. And I'm like, why? Why would I respond to someone else's opinion on pro wrestling? So what? Why do I care?
And by the way, this is a minority. When it comes to wrestling talk, okay, they're very pro John Cena. So there's a lot of places you can go to if you want to hear pro John Cena stuff or pro WWE stuff. There's a lot of wrestling shows out there that you can watch. I'm just saying.
All right, let me try to get this show flowing again, because understandably so, Mad Genius got pretty upset there, and I would too. And I am upset. But let's try to get back on the road here. And I apologize that you guys have to deal with that, by the way, honestly, because you guys come out here to do these things with me, and then you get chastised and whatever. And if there was something that I could do about it, believe me, I would. You guys know I would. So anyway, Kane, back to wrestling. Kane apologizes, if I could spit it out, to CM Punk for choke slamming him. And believe me, Mad Genius, I just bit my lip because I wanted to pile on too. But apologizes to CM Punk for choke slamming him. Kane apologizes, and it's just kind of like...
Apologizes for choke slamming, motherfucker. Are you listening to what you're saying?
Yeah, I am, and it's dumb. Then CM Punk acts like his mic isn't working, like I need to hear you apologize again. He does. The crowd starts chanting one more time. CM Punk says he's sorry. He was like, yep, I don't need to hear another apology, and I'm sorry too. And then he hits him with the mic, starts attacking Kane, gives him a couple forearms, knees him out of the ring, and then Brad Maddox shows up, tells Kane to stop. Maddox says he's going to give Punk what he wants, a fight. He's going to face one of these two superstars, and the New Age Outlaws show up. The Road Dogg, Jesse James, the fat ass Billy Gunn, the Old Age Outlaws.
Seriously, New Age my ass, my bunky rat's ass, New Age. Get the fuck out. Why? Why there's so much talent in NXT? There's so much talent on the current roster. Why the fuck is CM Punk in a mini program with the New Age Outlaws, Bruce? Talk to me, man.
I don't know. I liked the New Age Outlaws. I was a fan of them back in the day. I liked them a lot more from a taste standpoint. I liked them a lot more than Shawn and Triple H. They were my favorite members of DX. So it's cool to see him back.
Fuck Shawn Michaels. He's one of these motherfucking pussies' last little bit of hopes with John Cena. Fuck Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
Soft-ass motherfuckers wearing feather earrings and fucking assless chaps and cowboy boots. The fuck out of here.
You guys ever hear that Bret Hart interview where he said he highly suspected that there was something going on with HBK and Vince?
Oh, I believe. Who the fuck wears feather earrings and assless chaps?
Well, what happens in Vince's office...
Motherfuckers in the Village people didn't even wear that shit.
What happens in Vince's office stays in Vince's office, I guess.
No, what happens in Shawn's ass, I guess, stays in Shawn's ass.
I do want to say something about that whole apologizing thing. I noticed that it's almost like they told them, "Hey, try to extend it like an extra 5 minutes. 'Cause we got a 3-hour show." That's what I got out of it, right? But the one thing is, I think they sort of dropped the ball. I mean, the whole thing was horrible, but at the very end, when Kane, all right, told CM Punk that you're the #1 entrant, so there's 9 guys in front of you, etc., right? I mean, a badass would have picked up the mic and said, you could put 29 guys, after me. You could put 39. You could put 100. I'm going to win this thing. You can't stop me. I'm going to Mania, right? They could have done something like that, in my opinion, but what do I know?
All right.
No, good point. Very good point.
I don't even know if I should read this comment.
Oh,
Read
please
it.
do.
Read
You guys really want me to?
Please do.
All right, this is his opinion, and it's still real to him, damn it. Okay? I'm not going to read his screen name. Don't need people messing with him. He says, look, you guys can bash John Cena all you want, but at the end of the day, period. At the end of the day, what? You're supposed to follow. Okay. He says, the man is a good guy and was just sticking up for his father. I'm 24.
He's trolling. That's a troll. Come on.
He's got to be. He said he's 24 years old, and if someone were to attack his father the way Randy Orton did, he would have went crazy. No.
I'm gonna attack your mother in a way.
No,
hold on.
No, he's not.
You would have waited to the last 5 minutes of the show to go after him. You wouldn't have been waiting for him.
Yeah.
He would have went after Randy Orton too. Yeah, go after him 3 hours into the show and come running in like fat bitches been riding you all goddamn night, like your fucking ACLs don't work.
Hey, I'm gonna let this dude's mama.
No, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
No,
I
don't
want to hear these
cocksuckers anymore.
Come on,
Get
bro.
the fuck
Come
you're
on,
24 years old.
Come on.
And you got dildos
come on.
and toys.
Grits.
Bastard. Get the fuck off the review with your bullshit, man.
Grits. All right. He says, stop hating on John Cena for doing the right thing.
Spike Lee did the right thing. Cena ain't doing shit for me, motherfucker. I'll show you how to attack somebody's here. Yeah, I'm your daddy, cocksucker.
He said, I don't understand you people at all. How can you guys
You
bash...
people? What do you mean, you people? You see these faces?
No.
On Martin Luther King Day,
he's not white like me, bro. And he says, how can you guys bash someone who stands for what is good? And I'm reading this verbatim.
He stands for everything that's phony.
And he says, and hating on today's fans is kind of dumb. This is where Grits is going to lose it. Everybody wait for it. Wait for it. Here we go. Wait for it.
No, he muted himself.
No. But dude,
I thought you had more.
This thing, he's about to go Hiroshima right now.
Let me hear it.
He says, hating on today's fans is kind of dumb because at least we are intelligent.
You still think it's real? You just said Cena should have attacked Randy Orton because of his fucking dad.
Yeah, but he said intelligent and aren't barbaric cretin animals like brain-dead ECW fans who crave nothing more than violence. Isn't that what wrestling was built?
Motherfucker! Oh my God! Are you shitting me?
Listen to this. He says that's not wrestling to me. So just saying, quit hating on the WWE and Cena, cause it's dumb.
Okay, hold on.
That's our comment of the week, folks. There you go.
If
Brought to you by
Meineke. Wouldn't you
by
come running after the motherfucker with a weapon, like, let's say a bat, maybe a gun, or something? No, Cena comes running in with fucking 18 fruity-ass armbands, a glowing neon-ass shirt, like the motherfucker just came home from the fireworks with fucking glow sticks up his ass. And he comes running down to the ring. Like, this motherfucker has never learned how to run a day in his life. Like, when he was a fucking little-ass baby and they were trying to teach him how to walk, like, the motherfucker just couldn't get it right, and the motherfucker ankles kept turning inwards, and he just never learned how to run the right fucking way. You can just... The dude looked like he never played a lick of sports in his fucking life. He's a fucking weight room athlete, bro. He just sits in the fucking weight room lifting weights all goddamn day. He's not athletic.
He runs like
out
he
of
just
here!
got
Motherfuckers still think it's real. He would attack Randy Orton too if he attacked my dad. When you came after Randy Orton with some fucking some lethal shit on your mind. I'm not about to chase Randy Orton through no fucking crowd. I'm about to beat his ass there. Then I'm about to grab the biggest weapon I could fucking find and beat the living shit out of this motherfucker till he bleeding out. The fuck you mean?
Word. John Cena run like he just got butt fucked by a wildebeest or some shit. Second of all, let me address this little tit nibbling cocksucker Cena fan. First of all, my dad is so tough, I wouldn't have to run out there to defend him. He would have beaten a motherfucker down on his own. First of all, you know what I'm talking about? My dad is tough. I don't know what the fuck your dad is. But
Oh
mine
my
is
gosh,
tough.
my dad can beat up your dad.
Yeah, basically. But second of all, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't worry about somebody attacking your dad. You should worry about me attacking your mom, creeping out of her bedroom while your daddy's at work, getting that overtime money to buy your John Cena posters and all that other fuckboy shit that you're into. Alright? Third of all, let me tell you something about an ECW crowd. Motherfucker, I wish I could hop over to your crib in the DeLorean and take you back to 1998. I would leave you stranded on Queens Boulevard and you would shit your pants. You would have urine running down the trail of your leg into your little hush puppies, looking at the motherfuckers that were standing outside waiting to go inside Elks Lodge to watch an ECW event, motherfucker. Because these are the type of motherfuckers that you would cross the street if you seen them on the other side of the block. You know what I'm talking about? It was a place where only men could enter when it comes to the ECW event, whether it was in Philly or wherever they held a show or whatever. You gotta understand the rambunctiousness inside that motherfucking place. When New Jack was in there, Bam Bam was in there, the Dudley Boys, all types of shit, the gangsters, it just went crazy, man. And you didn't go to an ECW show. You survived the ECW show. There was a big time difference. You know what I'm talking about? It was a feel that you got where it was like a rock concert, man. You know what I'm talking about? It wasn't just, oh, I'm going to watch wrestling. No, I'm going to watch ECW. And everyone who says that is just for barbaric, you're an asshole, because ECW had a certain element when it came to technical wrestling that is forgotten about, that nobody portrays or glorifies anymore. They had some of the best technical wrestling going on during that time period. Everybody from the Ruthless Aggression era that put on so much great work inside the ring for WWE, 35 to 50% of those cocksuckers got their start in ECW somehow, some way. Eddie Guerrero, Chris Jericho, just to name a couple. You know what I'm talking about? What are they known for? Great technical wrestling ability. Dean Malenko, Rey Mysterio, your PG-loving ass, one of your favorites. Rey Mysterio, you know what I'm talking about? ECW, man. And that's something that's forgotten by so many people nowadays. It wasn't just cheese graters to the face. It wasn't just flaming tables. It wasn't just drops off of the fucking scaffolds and all that type of shit. It wasn't just all-out brawls. It was so much technical. Let me tell you something. You think it's easy to throw the suplexes that Taz used to do, man? You think it's easy to take those suplexes? You got to know how to wrestle to do most of the shit that was done in ECW. The athletic ability of someone like RVD or Sabu. Are you fucking kidding me, man? And that just shows your lack of awareness when it comes to what wrestling is truly all about, man. And what it's truly all about is the fans. It's about people going out there and letting you just step away from reality for a couple hours, man. And it used to be about what was going on in the ring that allowed you to do that. And now it's not anymore. Because if you're stepping outside of reality, believing that John Cena's a hero because he stood up for his dad and all this shit, man, I can't even fuck with you, man. You need help. You need help. You're 24? No, you don't need help. You need pussy. You need pussy. That's what you need, young man. You need a lot of it, as much as you can get, as soon as you can get it. Because you have problems. You have issues. If you're damn near halfway to 30 or between your 20s, you're halfway through your 20s, damn near 30, and you're slurping on this man's cock like this. Fuck John Cena, man. For now, forever, for life. Fuck John Cena.
All right.
Fuck out of here. Gonna disrespect me and my type of crowds that I'm all into. Fuck you and these PG crowds, motherfucker.
This has been the trajectory of this show. I aim it this way tonight, and it goes, whoa! And then I aim it again, and it goes, whoa! I just can't keep it moving forward, but understandably so. It's been entertaining, though. Yeah. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I just want to just talk about the. I could go back to CM Punk for a little.
Okay, all right, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What were we talking about?
Why,
oh, yeah, CM Punk, yeah.
I just, like, why are they so scared of making a guy just be a badass? That's what I don't understand. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Why can't he just look? Why can't he get the mic and just tell Kane, like, I'm not scared of doing something that's been done before. If HBK did it, I could do it. Okay, I'm gonna beat all those 29 guys.
You really
okay,
don't want
whoever
me to
else
for
did
this
it,
one.
I'm gonna do it too. Okay, you could put 39 guys in front of me, 49. You could have put 100. I'm gonna beat them all, and I'm gonna go to Mania, right? Why can't he just do that? I don't. Why does he have to look like they probably told him? Yeah, you got to look kind of concerned that you're number one. Like, it's been done before. You know, I don't know. That's all.
No, but you know what, E?
I'm not going to
bring
touch
up-
that CM Punk question.
Listen, E, you bring up a great point because that's basically, what I've been saying in a roundabout way. What's wrong with having motherfuckers look, act, and portray themselves as tough, badass motherfuckers? It's the go-home show before the Royal Rumble. This used to be the biggest announcement before the Royal Rumble. Who was the number one entrant? They gave it, and it was basically filler, like you said. It came and it went, and there was nothing special about it. Are you fucking kidding me? Every season, every WrestleMania season, the number one entrant in the Rumble was big fucking news. Not only that, but it's the biggest fucking star. They didn't mention anything about, the most current WWE champion with the longest reign in such and such time, blah, blah, blah. They didn't give you no little video package showing, these are some of the other guys. It didn't bring up none of that. It just came and it went like fucking raindrops in a hurricane. You didn't even notice it because there's bigger shit going on, and it's fucking sad. But this is what we've been saying, and I've probably been displaying it in the wrong way. But I'm so tired of this company not letting motherfuckers just be tough ass, badass motherfuckers. And if you're gonna let anyone do that, why not CM Punk? Fuck this. Go ahead, man. Point your trajectory again, man.
All right. Aiming forward again. I was going to go through the moves of the match, but CM Punk against Billy Gunn with Road Dogg on the commentary, I'll just say Billy Gunn didn't look very good. Remember when they first brought them back? What was that, for Raw 1000? Which one was the Mad Genius? I think it was Raw 1000, where they first brought them back.
I don't remember.
I think it was.
You've been spending too much time with motherfucking Chuck, Billy and Chuck, that old tag team.
But yeah. Well, when they first came back, I was like, wow, Billy Gunn got like really out of shape, which just happens when you get older, But believe me, stomach muscles start trying to give out, and you got to work even harder in the gym. But then it looked like he started to get back in better shape here coming back this time. And in this match, not good. I didn't think it was a very crisp match. It was nostalgic to see CM Punk in there with Billy Gunn, but as far as the actual match itself, if you just kind of took that out of it, that it was CM Punk and Billy Gunn, and just looked at the match itself, wasn't too impressed with it. Okay, so let's go to the finish.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say shit about CM Punk the way I'm feeling tonight.
Yeah. CM Punk, alright, yeah, so here's the finishing spot. We'll go through this. Oh, by the way, how about Road Dogg saying that Billy Gunn is good at decimating scrawny individuals, and that's what he's about to do right now? Why? Why? CM Punk should not be referred to as scrawny. He should not be referred to as anything other than a good wrestler, even by the heels.
Okay, I tried to stay out of this, but CM Punk don't look believable, people.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've been holding it in, but CM Punk don't look believable, bro. When I sit up here and I complain about the fucking strikes he throws and him looking really scrawny and shit and the fucking mutton chops, and bro, he just don't look believable. He's a hell of a talker. Yeah, true. But I mean, I'll give CM Punk credit where credit's due. He's a hell of a talker. He's he's a hell of a storyteller. But the dude don't look fucking athletic. Just look at him when he run around the ring. When he get in the ring, he don't look athletic. Like
skinny fat.
Yeah, but I think you guys.
Like, at least I know the Gracie was like part of like a training style that really like helped revolutionize a sport at one point, like, or at least push the sport forward at one point, meaning MMA. Not the Godfathers of MMA like people claim, but they did help push it forward at a certain point in time. Punk ain't really gave me nothing like. Okay, he's a scrawny dude who is unathletic, which people have said, which is public knowledge at this point. What part about CM Punk is supposed to make me believe he's good at something? Because he apparently trains MMA, but he doesn't use it in the ring. He throws sloppy strikes. Like, at least Daniel Bryan shows some elements of MMA training in the ring, so it's a little bit more believable. You know, he's a better technical wrestler than CM Punk, so it's more believable in that sense. But what does CM Punk show me in the ring that makes me believe he can really beat someone up?
Great match with Brock Lesnar. Great matches with Daniel Bryan.
I said he's good with the psychology. He's really good with the psychology. I'm not even going to hate on him for that. But in terms of skills in the ring, what does he show me that makes me believe he could beat somebody up without a weapon?
Bruce, I gotta go with Mad Jizzle on this one, man. Like, he just looking like a skinny version of Larry Holmes towards the end of his career to me, man. He looked flabby, he looked sloppy. Like, come on, man, you ain't got no cuts, you ain't got no where's he cuts. He's supposed to be an athlete. You know what I'm saying? Even Daniel Bryan and some of the smaller guys, they still got that look, that lean look, that athletic look. This dude look like he just finished drinking a couple beers and, you know what I'm saying? And like, chilling out or whatever.
We talk about it all the time. When people punch, there's a certain believability to it. Like, we always talk about how great of a puncher Scott Hall was. Like, Scott Hall threw a punch that made you say, I don't want to run into him outside of the ring. Like, CM Punk doesn't throw that type of punch. He doesn't throw that type of kick. He doesn't show like that elite, like, amateur wrestling ability. He trains MMA, but you don't get to see it in the ring. So it's like, I don't even get to see that part of it. Like, what does CM Punk do in ring wise outside of psychology that makes me believe it?
Hold on, Bruce. I will say this. There's one little bit in his defense. I've noticed, especially over the last 2 years, as time goes by, something's not right with CM Punk. I think the injuries have really taken. You know what I'm saying? You can see the way he walks. He doesn't walk the same anymore. Like, I think he's fucked up in the game, man. So he's not. I've looked at some of his matches when he first came in with ECW and all that shit. He had a lot more spring to his step.
Oh, he was the shit back then.
You know what I'm saying? And when you go back to his first run with you know, taking the strap off of Cena or whatever, he still had it. But over the last 2 years, the amount of work he's been putting in, especially all the matches he had to go through when he had that strap, it's something not right with him right now, Bruce. And I don't want to get into, you know, saying that, oh, he's not believable or anything like that. That, I think the way he carries himself, he's believable enough when it comes to that regard. But I think he's not taking care of his body anymore, either by choice or because, well, I don't know what it is. I can't speculate on that. But it's showing, Bruce. It's showing.
He's on the road.
I mean, character-wise, he's got that down pat, and I think that's where part of the believability for him comes from. But in terms of in the ring, like,
all right,
it's not there like it used to.
Time out. So because he doesn't take steroids, he's
I'm not even saying that.
Bruce,
I'm saying in terms of
man.
in-ring ability, like, his psychology is there. I understand that. I give him credit for that. But in terms of what he does in the ring, what does he do that makes me like? Because we talk about it, sloppy kicks, sloppy elbows. He trains MMA, but we don't get the chance to see it, so we don't know how good it really looks.
But look who he's in the ring working with. When he was in there, look at those matches with Daniel Bryan. Look at the match with Brock Lesnar.
That was more like change. The match with Lesnar, though, was like weapons and shit, though. That's a bit different.
No, the way he approached the match with the high-flying stuff, throwing his body at Lesnar.
That's more psychology, like a smaller guy beating up a bigger guy. He's got to use that to his advantage. That's more psychology than actual
But I
ability.
think you are embellishing how bad he looks.
No. I give Punk a hell of a lot of credit for what he is, but I'm just saying, in general, like, Punk is probably the best all-around talent they have right now. I'm not even going to take that away from him. But I'm saying, at this point in the game, what about him makes him believable in terms of as a worker? Not the psychology part, not the character part, in terms of what he does as a wrestler.
Well, the Ric Flair, how believable was it that Ric Flair was out there?
And that's one of the problems we've always had with Flair, hasn't it? Me and you, when we talk about it off the air, we always talk about some of the things that Flair does we don't like. Right.
Don't work.
The thing with CM Punk.
All right, Eric, go ahead, Eric.
I'm sold on CM Punk.
Yeah,
I
me
just
too.
am. And you know why? This is why. A lot of people talk about the look. And
You
look,
from Chicago, Eric?
no,
Where you
no,
from?
no, no. Hold on, hold on.
Where
I'm
you
from El
from?
Barrio. That's where I'm from. All right, but hold on. Okay.
No, is that in Chicago? Are you from Chicago?
No, no, I'm here in El Paso, Texas.
Oh, all right.
Right, but no, but here's the thing. Like, I think there should be a variety of guys. I think there should be guys that look scary. I think there should be guys that have the it factor. I think there should be guys that look clean cut. I think there should be all types of guys out there. And I think CM Punk, it's kind of like, did Oscar De La Hoya look like a fighter to you? No, right? But what
No.
happened when the bell
Yeah,
rang?
but when he threw a
The
punch,
bell
it
rang.
looked believable. When CM Punk throws an
Well,
elbow,
and-
it doesn't
well,
look believable.
In
It-
fairness, in boxing, it has to look believable because they're actually punching
Well,
each other. But
That is true. But okay,
Right.
here's an example. Daniel Bryan, when he was in the Indies, it used to be the spot. If Lyrical's up, if he can go back to sleep, he knows what I'm talking about. There's a spot where Daniel Bryan would have a guy in the corner, and he would just lay in heavy body shots, and it looked like this motherfucker really been in the gym laying into a punching bag. Like they look like legit body
All right.
shots.
How much of a better worker has Chris Jericho been? As a WWE wrestler, take the WCW years out.
Mm-hmm.
He was never that much more clean as a worker than CM Punk.
It's
Don't add
not.
a
It's
lot of-
not so much about clean.
He was more
that's-
technically sound than Punk, though, but he wasn't just in terms of just a better overall
Kinda.
wrestler. No.
I
He was-
don't even know about that.
Punk
Look.
is not that. Punk is not the most technically sound guy.
like
He's
Sugar Ray
sloppy.
Leonard, like if I saw Sugar Ray Leonard in the grocery and I didn't know he was a fighter and he bumps into me, you know.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm
but that's
not-
just like
I'm not-
Dude,
it's,
some
it's
guys
just
something
don't
when you
look
actually
scary.
see him doing it, though. It's just like when you see John Cena throw a punch. Are you gonna be fair? When you see John Cena throw a punch, you gonna be like, nah, if I see this dude in real life, I ain't really scared of this dude.
I'm not talking about how he looks as far as just him. I'm talking about how he looks when he steps in that ring.
Yes.
Bruce, when the level of competition is higher, he steps his game up. Bruce, when he knows the stakes are a little bit higher, you're in the ring with Brock Lesnar. He understands his legacy. He understands he has a certain amount of matches that people are going to look back on and rate. He understood that match with Lesnar is one of them. He understands his feud with Bryan because of the history in the Indies and all that, the demographic that he was reaching out to. He's going to step his game up when he has to. But I'm telling you, the last 2 years has really taken a toll on CM Punk. And if he doesn't have to, he's not going to put his all into this shit. He's just not. And I understand the people that he's working with and all that. He's taking that into consideration probably at too. What the fuck am I going to put everything on the line for with washed up ass Billy Nunn right now? Fat ass Billy Nunn. You know what I'm talking about? The old age outlaws. So it's not so much that I'm trying to get on him for that, but he doesn't have that same. But fuck how he looks regular. When I'm talking about he looks sloppy and fat, like I'm telling you, he's probably not taking care of himself the way he should, and he, for whatever reason, that's fine. But it's not being displayed in the ring the way it should on a consistent basis. You know what I'm saying? You could look however you look. You could present yourself however you look. Look at Shawn Michaels. Nobody would give a fuck about him, but he would go out there and just take sick bumps and do whatever he had to do and put his body on the line. You could say that about many guys. So it's not so much I got a problem with the way how he looks appearance-wise, but when you take that and then you add in how he looks when he's in the ring going, something's off with him lately, man. Like I noticed when he did the running insecurity into the corner, like he had to really catch his foot, his footsteps and everything. Like
Yeah, I saw that too.
yeah, he just looks off. Bruce.
Actually,
I want to blame it on injury. I'm gonna give him a pass and say he's fucked up, man.
I'll give Bruce the perfect example because RVD. I'm not saying in a bad way. Bruce, you're gonna like this because even though RVD could get a little bit sloppy with his kicks and punches at times in the ring, you still the way he threw them, you still believe that he really did some type of martial arts. You still believed it, and you can see it. Like, okay, RVD like the type of dude that I don't want to get kicked in the face by. Like, I ain't trying to fuck with RVD. Like when CM Punk, for the guy that they try to hype, he comes out with the mixed martial arts shirts and stuff, and he says he trains and all of this, and he's done all of this and that. Like it doesn't show in terms of how he throws his strikes in the ring. That's what I always complain about, like his strikes. That's what bothers me the most about his work, his striking. But like I said, when you seen RVD, even though sometimes the kicks were sloppy, they still look like he was a motherfucker who really did martial arts.
But if you just remember a week or two ago, we were critiquing a match where we thought he looked nice and
that
crisp.
match, he did look really good in that match. Like I said, I'm not going to take away.
I think
from
it's opportunity.
but
I think you're a CM Punk hater.
No, I'll admit, I hate the new CM Punk. CM Punk 011 and before, fucking one of my top 2 favorite wrestlers. CM Punk after that point, fuck him.
Yeah, he should have kept the long hair.
Oh, hell yeah. But I mean, part of it's because of how WWE's booked them, but part of it is he gets lazy in the ring at times.
Oh, yeah.
What I don't think they do enough, and that's the last thing I want to say is, with CM Punk is, when you have a guy that's smaller than the bigger guys, he's got to be smart. He's got to play with guys' heads, and that's the CM Punk I liked. When
he's really good at that, though. He's really good at psychology.
D-Style, since you checked out for a little while, you should go check out his SummerSlam match with Brock Lesnar, if you can find a way to track that one down. Oh, what a great match.
Great match.
Match
Top
of the year.
Yeah.
That's the best match Lesnar's had since he's been back. Actually.
Oh, yeah.
Hands down.
That's what I'm saying.
He actually had somebody to work with,
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying and if you go and look at those Daniel Bryan and CM Punk matches, which got trapped in the mid-card, of pay-per-views, those were really good.
Wait a minute, Lesnar's back and CM Punk doesn't care? What's up with that? I don't know. I'll move on.
I don't know. Yeah. Continuity. All right, so back to this. So Punk hit Billy Gunn with the inner crescent kick, which started all of this. No. Road Dogg's comment did. That's right. Punk hit Billy Gunn with the inner crescent kick. None of this really looked all that crisp. But I also am grading it on a curve. I'm not going to say it was terrible because Billy Gunn is getting up there in age. Billy rolled out of the ring, and instead of hitting the suicide dive on Billy Gunn, CM Punk bails out of the other side of the ring to beat Road Dogg down. CM Punk gets back in the ring, ducks the clothesline, hits the leg lariat, a couple of axe handles. The axe handles I will agree on. The other stuff, I see a guy who's trying to protect his opponent.
I'm not going to complain about that.
No. But the swinging neck breaker, which looks good almost every time he throws it, for the record. Punk gave Billy the suck it sign. By the way, do you think Billy Gunn's going to get in trouble for verbally saying suck this during the match and the camera microphone picked it up?
Hell no.
Yes,
he's
will.
Fucking friends with the higher ups, bro.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, he'll probably get talked to though. So Punk gave Billy the suck it sign, went for the running knee in the corner. Billy Gunn pushes him off after the knee instead of going into the bulldog spot. Punk sent Road Dogg off the apron on the other side of the ring with a forearm. Billy Gunn hits the tilt-a-whirl slam for the 2 count. Then Billy Gunn takes the corner post. He attempts to do his splash in the corner. It seems like he always missed that back in the day. Takes the corner post, acts like he hits his head. Punk goes to the top rope. Teases elbow drop. Then Road Dogg pulls Billy out of the ring. Punk hits a suicide dive on Road Dogg. Gets back in the ring. Billy goes for the Famouser. Punk reverses it and hits the GTS for the win. Like I said, the match wasn't very crisp, but I still liked seeing those two in there. Just the picture of those two guys in there together is what did it for me. But as far as the wrestling itself, it wasn't all that great. But again, put CM Punk and Dolph Ziggler out there together, and then we'll see what you're saying, guys. You got to give them the right opponents.
But that's because you have you got 2 good storytellers with Ziggler and Punk, though.
And Ziggler would make those moves look like $1 million.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, plus Ziggler was an amateur wrestler, too.
Oh, yeah. But there's just certain guys who can work and ones who can't. And when Punk's in there, and let's face it, Punk has pulled some passable matches out of some really shitty talent.
He has. I will give him that. Like I said, he's probably still the best all-around talent they have. I'm not even going to take that away from him.
Guys,
you know how I am with Punk, though. Like, I've been watching him for a while. I'm really nitpicky with the new Punk, with the current Punk. Like, I fucking hate it.
if you go back to that portion of the show where you guys are blasting CM Punk, I'm sure that I probably look kind of perplexed in the corner of the screen where I'm just kind of like...
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I said it before. I didn't want to say I was going to leave the CM Punk thing alone because you know how I get when I get talking about Punk.
Yeah, I know, but the thing about Punk is he's one of the... He has supplied us with one of the portions of the shows throughout this very frustrating time as a wrestling fan.
Oh, yeah.
He's talking shit, man. He's from Chicago. Fuck him.
No.
Fuck the Blackhawks and fuck the Bulls.
No. That's not it. Our background with the wrestling school has nothing to do with this, honestly. I'm a genius. It's just that I agree his moves could be a little more crisp, but when you're talking about today's WWE product, he's the best all-around guy on there, which you agreed.
Yeah, so I agree with that. But at the same time, you got to the really good workers make guys look. I mean, fuck, you put Eddie Guerrero out there. He made guys who shouldn't look that good look good in the ring. Like Punk raises some guys' games, but he ain't on that type of level as a worker.
I think he can be. I think he's hurt. I think
like an Eddie. Fuck no.
No, I'm telling you, man, that knee injury. I think a lot of these. I think he downplayed them, to be honest, man. I think
Eddie, no, he ain't shit compared to Eddie as a worker. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not gonna put him in that light. But I'm saying I know right now, like Bruce is saying, he is probably the best they have overall talent in that company. But I don't think it's pure laziness. I'm not gonna say that something's wrong with that, man.
Let me put it to you this way, guys. I'll leave it at this. If they gave CM Punk a green light on his matches in creative, you would see some good shit. You would see some great shit.
Overall, the matches would still be good, but those sloppy-ass elbows he throws ain't gonna change. He's been doing that forever.
Yeah.
And them sloppy-ass kick he throws ain't gonna change. He's been doing that forever.
And honestly, I've always felt that wrestlers... in this, I've thought this for a long time since I was a younger guy, that wrestlers should change their signature moves every few years.
Yep.
Unless it's like, I mean, the People's Elbow, one of the most absurd spots.
Yeah, the People's Elbow or the Stunner, or it's just too known.
And when they turned that into a finisher, I was like, really? A running elbow drop from the canvas.
Well,
you know...
The problem with the GTS is that the reason they won't change it is because most people think Punk invented that move, and they think that's Punk's move, and they don't know it was somebody else.
Well, educate the folks who don't know.
Oh, actually, the creator of it is a guy named Kenta, who wrestles over in Pro Wrestling Noah over in Japan. He's wrestled over here in Ring of Honor, too. He actually is the innovator of that flying knee that Daniel Bryan uses as well. So, he's the guy who innovated both of those moves, but since the majority of people who watch WWE probably don't know it because they don't watch that much of the indie scene, it makes it look like those two guys are the guys who innovated them, so that's why those moves are going to stick with those guys. It's just like the LaBelle lock. Like, we've seen guys before do the LaBelle lock before, like Daniel Bryan, but most people don't realize that it's been used before. They think it's like a totally new move because it's, instead of like, you know, an arm being trapped like the crossface, it's an omoplata with the arm, you know, turned up and whatever, so that's why they haven't gotten rid of it.
All right, moving on. Brad Maddox and Kane congratulate CM Punk on his victory. Kane tells CM Punk he's going to be coming out #1 at the Rumble. And as D-Style pointed out at the very beginning of this, what's going to end up being a long Raw review, and basically just a discussion is what it is. It's turning into a podcast at this point, like our old podcast show. And I will be doing a short version, maybe tonight before I go to sleep. But yeah, like D-Style said, why didn't we get more of that throughout the show? You know, where you had different guys. Hey, things haven't been going my way lately. I'm coming into that Royal Rumble. No one's going to give me a chance, and I'm coming in there to win that match and fulfill my dream of going to WrestleMania to main event. You know, just that sort of thing. A bunch of different guys from a bunch of different angles in a bunch of different ways. That's what a Royal Rumble go-home show should include, or should be included in the show. So WWE runs a video package for Mae Young. Rest in peace, Mae Young. You know, hey, she did a lot for the business, obviously. Seemed like a pretty charming old lady, and some of the things that she allowed them to do to her there.
Yeah.
Good sport. Good sport. And one word, the hand. So how can you bring up Mae Young without bringing up the hand, you know? So Rey Mysterio against Alberto Del Rio. It was actually a pretty good match between Mysterio and Del Rio. And I still look at Rey Mysterio as Rey Mysterio Jr. You know, what they turned him into with the WWE is completely different from what I enjoyed in WCW. And in WCW, he's this high-flying luchador who just was so crisp with his high-flying moves, and I just loved watching him wrestle in WCW. And I'm talking just mid-card, cruiserweights, early in the show, and I was a big fan of his back then. WWE, 619, booyaka, booyaka, you know, it's okay for the kids, I guess, you know, but obviously with that type of style, his body wasn't going to hold up long term. But this was a good match between him and Del Rio. The story was that he was being so relentless on Del Rio to set something up, which ended up happening with Batista. Del Rio gets the win with the armbar. Why Del Rio didn't keep the armbar on him is lost on me. Because remember, Batista and Rey were friends in that storyline back in the day. Why not have Del Rio keep the armbar on him and then have Batista come out to kind of save him? You know, if you're going to go with that whole storyline where Batista's coming out to help Rey, why not keep him in the armbar? You know, he lets it go after the match, goes up, he's standing up in the corner. If he was just going to go stand in the corner, why not just tell him to keep the armbar on? I thought it would have made more sense. Sometimes the little things irritate you the most. So Batista attacks Alberto Del Rio. He hits a spine buster on Del Rio. Maybe those skinny jeans were getting in the way there because the spine buster looked horrid. Arn Anderson probably threw up watching that one. Arn Anderson, to this day, I'm sorry, still threw the best spine buster in wrestling history, in my opinion. The way he would set up his steps with that. I loved watching Double A throw the Double A spine buster. And then Batista hits the Batista bomb. He didn't sit out, Mad Genius. Maybe it was the jeans. Maybe he was afraid his balls were going to come out of the seam if his pants ripped. But he didn't sit out.
I think that's a fact.
Yeah.
There's no way you're sitting down in those.
No, but that looked good. Now, everything up to this point with Batista, I'm like, it wasn't what I was hoping for. You know, I didn't really get that feeling. And then he threw the power bomb, and I was like, wait a minute. Something just happened that I wanted to happen. Because I have always complained about Batista throwing the Batista bomb, sitting down to sit out power bomb, and then rolling backwards. Because as soon as he does the sit-out power bomb and then rolls away from the opponent, it takes away from the power, the way it looks. How do I want to put this? It takes away from the force or the perceived force of the move when someone hits a move and then they immediately roll back. It just doesn't look as devastating. And the fact that he just planted him and stood over him, hopefully it wasn't just because of the skinny jeans. Maybe he will keep that as his Batista bomb from now on. Or if he does the sit-out Batista bomb, don't roll backwards. That's the only thing I'll say.
Oh, he's really going to roll backwards now since he hasn't really been wrestling. Oh, he's rolling backwards for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be one thing if he'd been wrestling for a while.
That's true. But
I'm curious, though, about his spear, though. Because, you know, nowadays WWE is so sensitive about finishers, and Roman Reigns has been using that spear. I wonder if they let Batista still use the spear.
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Especially since Reigns uses it as a finisher and Batista just uses it as a setup move.
Well,
that's a good segue, too, because I wanted to mention
he
something.
was using it when Edge was there, so...
That's true.
Yeah, but that was back then where they didn't really mind like the finishers like they are now. Like they're so sensitive. Like nobody throws a bicycle kick anymore, but Sheamus, because they're so sensitive about that shit now.
All right, I am going to turn it over to the panel. Overall, this Batista thing, I thought that this was the highlight of his appearance. Everything else was kind of like, oh, what's he wearing? Oh, the promo. Oh, it kind of fell flat.
When Cena runs in with that bright ass shit on he had on.
Oh yeah, it looked like a neon highlight marker. But no, this right here, the end to Batista's appearance was good. At least he ended on a high note. For Del Rio, Del Rio's been buried anyway, so whatever. I'm not the biggest fan of Del Rio, but I give him credit. Him and Ray pulled off what I thought was a pretty good match that I think a lot of people will underrate. I thought that was a good match, and rarely ever have you heard me say anything good about Del Rio on these shows, but I just find him to be boring. But at the very least, I guess Batista kind of saved face there at the end with the powerbomb. The sun tattoo around his belly button that you pointed out, I can't defend that.
He had on skinny jeans with that shit.
I'm gonna back you up on that, Bruce. When it comes to this match, this was actually an entertaining match to me, man. It had a couple of good spots in there, a couple of vicious spots actually. I guess they understand each other's style more, being from the Mexican background, and Mexican wrestling is something that y'all really need to check out. Not so much nowadays because it's gone the ways of the sports entertainment path a little bit too much, but if y'all look at it from maybe like 5 years ago and before that, you will really see what I'm talking about. A lot of us always mention in Japan, Mexican wrestling down there, man, is you lose your life down there fucking around, whether you're a wrestler or some shit. And when it comes to their mask and things like that, the culture is way, way more serious than you would ever believe, especially if you're a fan of this WWE PG shit. But the match was very entertaining. I actually found myself watching it. And we had the moonsault by Ray. It actually looked like he may have came down a little awkward and bent his knee or some shit. But I like the way you see Del Rio took that move the way you're supposed to take it. A lot of times you see guys, they step back. They don't want to take that contact, and you end up, just falling on your face. Whoever's throwing that move, whoever's throwing the moonsault or the flip or the plancha or whatever, they end up coming down too awkward or too harsh because the opponent isn't taking it the way they're supposed to. Del Rio took it pretty well. We had the spot where Ray was hanging off the ropes inside the ring, and Del Rio came down on him and stepped on his ass and slammed him on the mat. It was actually a very entertaining. It was the second best match of the night, to be honest. And there were only two good matches, if you ask me. That was the Shield match and this match. And then my man Terrell on steroids came out again after the match was over. I think the reason they didn't keep the armbar, which that's the same thing I said when I saw the ref break it up. I was like, if you're supposed to be a true heel, you keep that armbar on this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And y'all really have a bit of rivalry going on right now. You don't just take that move off. You keep him in that submission lock. So I thought the same thing. But in hindsight, I guess they didn't want Ray involved in the story moving forward between Batista and Del Rio, although it would have made sense because they were tag team partners and things. But I think they just want to keep it between those two. So Batista came out. Now, here's what I want to get into. The Spinebuster was horrible. That's the first thing I thought as soon as I seen him grab Del Rio. I think the way Del Rio ran into him, the timing was a little bit off, and it was not as crisp. You gotta understand, Batista's been away from this shit for a minute. I'm not gonna use that as an excuse for him, but I'll throw him a little bone right there. All right, you had brought up Roman Reigns' spear. I'm gonna bring up Roman Reigns in a different light. After Batista hit that spine buster, the old Batista came back. I mean, he just came back out for a minute. You've seen it. The way this motherfucker carries himself, you could tell he respects this business. He respects what wrestling is truly all about. He's into it. He understands the interaction with the fans. He couldn't get that love because of the fan base that was there tonight, but whatever. But he understands what it's about, the way you're supposed to carry yourself in that ring, the way you're supposed to respect that squared circle.
the way you're supposed to present your shit when you're a badass. He gets that. Why? Because who he was trained by, the Wild Samoans. That's Roman Reigns, Pops in them, if you don't know that. And you already know how they was back in the day, and how they carried themselves. I was scared of them motherfuckers when I was little. Them motherfuckers was bad, boy. They wasn't no joke. And that was on full display. But he started his shit stomping the floor. Just it's these little idiosyncrasies and nuances that certain motherfuckers have that is lost on the current WWE fan base. The same thing with Roman Reigns when I was watching the Shield match. Certain times he'll just throw a motherfucker down on the floor and he'll just say something. Yes, he'll just start barking on the motherfucker or just start talking shit. I miss that. Bruce, you understand what I'm talking about? When Stone Cold used to just be talking shit. Sometimes they could be getting hit and they'll just be rolling away from more turmoil and talking shit. It's just the way you carry yourself, man. It's a certain machismo, like my man Razor Ramon used to say back in the day, that motherfuckers used to have. And there's a couple of cats nowadays who still have it. Roman Reigns being one of them, and Batista displayed it when he was busting Del Rio ass during this segment. And that's something that I just wish a lot of young fans understood where we was coming from when we talk about that. The way you're just supposed to have that jibber jabber, like Mr. T would say. It's just certain shit you're supposed to display that gets you over with a real manly fan base, that gets you over with grown-ass men, real men. And that's something that this crowd was so dead during this segment, it appalled me. Straight up and down, it appalled me. I'm like, damn, y'all not understanding what y'all seeing right now. I understood the tight-ass skinny jeans and all that shit, but at the end of the day, I seen the old Batista when he threw that Batista bomb on him. And it wasn't so much just the move, but the way he carried himself before and after the move. And that's something that is so lost on today's current audience. And that's just a sign of the times, man. And times have changed, I guess, because that's the type of shit we used to go to shows for back in the day. That's the type of shit we used to tune into Raw for back in the day. To see men being badasses, to see men being tough, to see men talking shit and all that type of shit, man. And it's just, the crowd wasn't even into it. They didn't even get it. That was something that just went right over their head, like Goofy when he used to be in that skiing cartoon shit. He just flying through the air because it is wasted on the current generation, man. And that kind of made me feel bad because that's not what they want to see. They want somebody in the ring going, yes, yes. No offense to Daniel Bryan fans and none of that. I know it's something that the WWE is making them run with or whatever. But that's just the disparity between the generation I'm from and the current generation right now, man. When I was watching that Shield match, whenever you watch the Shield match and you watch Roman Reigns, just watch how he carry himself and you'll understand what I'm talking about. The way he talks shit, the way he moves around the ring. You know what I'm saying? Just, damn, especially Bruce, I know you understand what I'm coming from with the Attitude Era shit. You know, The Rock used to do it. Stone Cold was great at it, man. The middle fingers and all that. But it's just more than that. It's just little shit. Like, and it's just so gone from the environment in wrestling nowadays, as far as the WWE is concerned. So I took that away from this segment, that the old Batista is still there. He just got to get back into the rhythm and things, and then it's still there. To me, that was a very promising sign, but it was totally wasted on this dating crowd. I don't know. I guess it's because of the Royal Rumble or whatever, but it was really abysmal. You know, the way I felt seeing the way the crowd reacted to this shit.
All right, I want to toss it over to D-Style. Great points. D-Style, we both picked up on something after the segment. Batista, this is something that's going to be lost on wrestling fans, went to the crowd and shook someone's hand. And a lot of you are probably thinking, who was that? That was Nonito Donaire, who was a sensation in boxing, still a very exciting athletic fighter. More athleticism over skill as a fighter, I'd say, still to this day. But Batista is really proud of his Filipino heritage. And Nonito Donaire is a very popular Filipino fighter. I think it's incumbent upon the WWE to really highlight that with his character, because D-Star, we both know from boxing, when it pertains to Nonito Donaire, when it pertains to Manny Pacquiao, how loyal the Philippine fan base can be for a Filipino fighter. And Batista makes trips to the Philippines and things of that nature. And I thought that was pretty cool when he went outside the ring and, took the time out to shake hands with his friend Nonito Donaire. And maybe if you want to speak on that and the segment.
Well, very quick. First, the segment. I think it was pretty good. The spine buster was botched, but it is what it is. I'm sure he'll land a good one later. Hopefully in the Rumble or something. But I think it was good. Del Rio actually put on a good match. I mean, I was kind of surprised. I actually had a lot of high hopes for Del Rio when he first entered the WWE. I think I saw some potential there when he was having a little rivalry with Edge, but things didn't really pan out the way I hoped. I will say, Nonito Donaire, for those that don't know, world champion boxer, multiple divisions. He'll be a champion again. And Batista has walked out in the ring with him. Batista's also been asked by Manny Pacquiao to walk him to the ring. You know what I mean? So he's definitely very attached to his Filipino heritage, and Filipino fans could be very loyal. So I'm kind of surprised that they wouldn't put that out there. I don't know. I think they should have put it out there. The truth is, they probably didn't know who that was. He probably just bought a ticket and showed up, But Donaire, 120-pounder, can probably beat up John Cena in 1 minute in a boxing match, though, even though he's outweighed by 150 pounds. I would still say that he knocks out Cena in 1 round. Easy. That's all.
Real quick though, the way that Batista went out there and he gave him dap, he gave him real dap, he gave him a pound and a bear hug. That's that real shit that I'm talking about that is lacking from the WWE and most of their roster nowadays. That transcendence, that's something that someone from outside of the wrestling world is gonna come through and show love. Just like my man Diaz said, Pacquiao done asked Batista to come walk to the ring with him. The way I touched on Triple H coming out with Mayweather and shit, it's just certain motherfuckers who carry themselves a certain way that real men can relate to them. That's it, man.
And I'm good.
All right, Mad Genius, anything to add?
Yeah, it's good to see Batista back, even though I've been clowning on his jeans and everything. It's still good to see him back. You don't got a lot of guys walking around who kind of have that it factor like Batista does. Like, he mentioned a guy like Roman Reigns and whatnot. So it was good to see him back. The powerbomb did look good. As far as the match goes, the match was... I'm not crazy about the match. It was an okay match, though. I'm not going to say it was a terrible match because it wasn't. It was an okay match to me. Good to see Ray bust out that aside moonsault, though. That was something I haven't seen him do in a while. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, and Grit's talking about how really get down there in Mexico, man. For those of you who don't know, the original Sin Cara, back when he was wrestling in Mexico with Alberto Del Rio used to wrestle down there. He actually pulled a gun on Alberto Del Rio before, so they legit don't like each other.
Listen, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, down in Mexico, like I've heard shit, or I've read stories where like you could lose your life, man, fucking around with Mexican wrestling, like outside of the ring, like they take their shit that serious. Or if people see you without your mask, or you allow somebody to take your mask, you could wind up dead over shit like that, man. Like, y'all got to step outside of American sports entertainment and really start researching wrestling as a whole, as a worldwide culture, y'all. That's all.
All right. Turn the cam back on. Big Show comes out to cut a promo. He does a pretty spot-on Paul Heyman impression. It was pretty good. He calls out Brock Lesnar. Paul Heyman teases talking, and then Brock Lesnar just comes out instead of Heyman talking. I'm like, oh shit, he's about to fuck him up. I'm like, we're gonna see some vintage Lesnar here, And no, Lesnar. It teases getting into the ring with the Big Show, and then he just turns around and walks away. I'm like, what? Again? Big Show grabs a mic and says, maybe you didn't hear me get into this ring and get into my face. Lesnar comes back down to ringside, and he gets in the ring. So we get a face-to-face. Lesnar gets up in the Big Show's face, and did you catch that? He went like this. He flinched at the Big Show, and the Big Show about jumped out of his wrestling boots, man. Big Show, and he kind of had to laugh like, yeah, you got me. A real comment towards him. Yeah, I flinched. Lesnar shot him for a double leg, and then Big Show just throws him off to the side. Really? Really? Someone as top-heavy as him, do you know how quickly Lesnar would really take him down? And then Lesnar laid in some shoulders in the corner, and Big Show just picked him up and threw him over the top rope like he was garbage. The same guy who was wearing a diaper a couple weeks ago in a commercial for the New Year's Raw. The same guy who was...
Not even a month ago.
Right. And the same guy who was crying in the storyline with Stephanie McMahon. Is just throwing Brock Lesnar around like he's nothing. And Lesnar
had problems beating Randy Orton. Couldn't beat Randy Orton, but he could just toss Brock Lesnar around.
Yeah, and Lesnar jumped for him. It looked absurd. Lesnar starts destroying the announce table. He grabs a chair and starts bashing the announce table. Paul Heyman causes a distraction. Lesnar jumps in the ring, and Big Show cuts him off by stepping on the chair. I'm just like, this looks so weak, and then Lesnar bails again. Paul Heyman came over and was telling Lesnar, not now, blah, 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 blah. Big Show stands tall in the ring, and Lesnar walked away again. And then he was like, I'll see you on Sunday!
You caught that, huh, Bruce? I caught that.
I'm like, damn it, Lesnar.
Can I see something?
That's why Jay didn't show up, because he knew we were going to bring that up. Let me get through this last part, then I'll turn it over to you guys. Why are they booking Lesnar like he's a big fucking pussy? Again, this is the WWE cookie-cutter way of booking things. The heel has to be scared,
Because he's going to win, that's why. Anytime they book the face as the favorite, they're winning. They're going to lose.
Well, here's what I put in my notes. It's funny you say that. This is my notes. I guess with the WWE way of booking, since Lesnar's the underdog, he's going to win on Sunday. I literally have that in my notes.
That's my Cena formula.
I just don't like the build. Making Lesnar look like a punk, dude. This dude tore up Frank Mir. Frank Mir, who was... he's kind of fallen on hard times as a fighter, but at the time was such a dangerous, versatile fighter. You saw what Frank Mir did to him in that first fight. He was getting beat, saw the chance to put Lesnar in the little ankle lock, and taps Lesnar out. Second fight, Lesnar goes out there and beats the brakes off Frank Mir. Big Show would get tapped out by Frank Mir so quick. All of these guys would. That's why it was absurd to see Triple H using a Kimura. Watching him put him in a Kimura during that match, I was so pissed.
Oh, you should have seen the flip out.
I was so...
You haven't seen his review yet.
I was so fucking mad. I'm like, a Kimura? A Kimura? Lesnar gets caught by Triple H in a Kimura?
Not once, but like twice or three times.
Three times. It was absurd. Or when Cena beat him, I lost my mind. I said, this makes no sense. He's fucking buried. I don't care if someone says I'm using the word buried out of context. He's buried. He lost a street fight. He essentially lost a street fight to Cena. then he did no favors. Fucking Cena, of all people. The guy looks like he's never met a punching bag in his life when he throws shadowboxing punches. And I mean, honestly, give him a medicine ball. I guarantee you he could find no rhythm on it, or a headache bag, I should say. He would. There's no way Cena could get rhythm on a headache bag or a speed bag.
What about a speed bag?
No way. See, you're going like this. I was always taught to punch the speed bag, and try to catch rhythm on the speed bag with punches. Yeah, doing it like this is good, for building up your hand speed. But try punching it and getting it in rhythm. You'll really be able to. There you go. You'll really be able to do the rolling. Mine's in the garage. You'll really be able to do the rolling technique well, and you know what I'm talking about, the rolling technique.
Yeah.
Lesnar, to me, the way they booked him since he's been back has been an absolute joke. And in this match with the Big Show, I can see it now. Paul Heyman's going to be trying to help him, and Lesnar's going to bail. I guarantee you, beginning of the match goes like this. I guarantee this. Big Show gets the upper hand, Lesnar bails. Big Show gets the upper hand, Lesnar bails. Lesnar somehow cheats to gain the upper hand. And then Lesnar works him over as a heel, where he's scared. Oh, he's got the upper hand now, so he's brave. They go into the end spot, and we're assuming that Lesnar wins. I would not be surprised if he were to lose. But I think all things point to him winning, with the talk of becoming champion. And they go into the end spot, and he finds a way to win. To me, if you want to legitimately build up Brock Lesnar for a championship run, he goes out there and squashes the Big Show. Just squashes him. Just fucking tears the living hell out of the Big Show. The Big Show's not a guy they're trying to really protect anyway. So just have Lesnar go out there and beat the living fucking piss out of him. After the match, he throws him through a flaming table. I'm ready to see Lesnar unleashed. Please don't bring up Robbie E. I'm ready to see Lesnar unleashed. TNA people who watch TNA reviews will get that one from a month or so back. But I'm ready to see Lesnar unleashed and just have Lesnar be a shit-kicking badass fucking heel with an edge to him. But they just can't do that. They even have to take Brock Lesnar and throw him in their cookie-cutter heel storylines, and it's absurd.
You know what I hate? I hate the fact that they never really mentioned he was a former WWE champion. Not only did he not only was he on top in MMA, but he was a champion in amateur wrestling. But he was the champion of your fucking company at one point. The undisputed champion of your company at one point. How the fuck did you not mention that? They try to strip it on top of the way they booked him since he's been back, in combination with not mentioning what he's done, even just inside of the company alone, is fucking ridiculous. It makes him look so fucking weak. If they really talked about Brock the way they should, he would look like the biggest, most unstoppable motherfucker ever. Collegiate wrestling champion, dominant, undefeated, comes into WWE, becomes the youngest WWE champion of all time, fucking beats fucking Kurt Angle at WrestleMania, beats The Rock at SummerSlam, fucking beat Big Show before. Then he moves on to become the UFC heavyweight champion. He's done it all, and they book him like a pussy.
Well, TJ Lang says, LOL, he never really liked Lesnar, but he is really losing points as a tough guy. He sounds like a crow getting a prostate exam.
Oh
my God!
You can't lose more points than Big Show wearing a fucking diaper.
No. And honestly, I want you to answer me this. Who do they book as more of a tough guy, Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar?
Oh, right now, Roman Reigns.
All right,
they let Roman Reigns go out there, fuck shit up. He never has to get pinned. He never taps out. I mean, hell, I want to see Brock Lesnar throw a goddamn Superman punch.
Well, Grits, you had something you wanted to say about seeing this before. We were talking about this off the air.
Did Grits bounce?
No, he's there. His mic's muted. Maybe he had to take a phone call or something. But go ahead, Mad Genius.
Oh, I was done. You can go to D-Styles.
Well, here's my thing, okay? The way they were booking it, you would think that the Big Show hasn't lost a match in 10 years. Right? You would think that the Big Show has been dominating the scene, like kind of like they would book, Andre the Giant back in the day. I mean, it's a guy cannot be a jobber 1 month and then be unstoppable another month. I mean, this company is utterly ridiculous. I've already seen Brock Lesnar F5 this guy. Like, it just, and that image is stuck in my head. In fact, their match was actually the first match where they had the idea where the ring collapsed, right? And then they did it again with Mark Henry and the Big Show, but they had already done it, right? They already had like a long feud when Lesnar was the champion, and Lesnar got the best of him and already beat him. I just don't, and I understand it was a long time ago, but you could just tell that these writers, they don't even know about that. They're just giving off these ideas. Vince is approving them, right? Or just Vince himself thinking, these fans aren't going to remember all that. Who cares? And that's why they don't even mention Lesnar being a champion, because they don't want to mention his title reign. But I actually remember his title reign, his feuds with Kurt Angle, with the Big Show, and with the Undertaker. I remember all those things. I don't remember a lot of stuff from recently because it's a clusterfuck nowadays. But I don't know. I'm not impressed with this whole thing. We all know Lesnar's gonna win. Okay. I don't know. It's the reason I would be okay with it if the Big Show was being booked as some unstoppable giant for the last year or two, but that has not been the case. It hasn't.
No, and I don't think anybody really wants to see the Big Show anyway.
Like,
honestly, I don't mind them that much. I just think that they've killed off what was supposed to be important about them. If you have a big giant, because not anybody could be 7+ feet tall. You know what I mean? Not anybody could be that, right? But once you take away the fact that he's a big, scary giant, once you take that away, it's gone. That's it. And they've taken it away every other month for the last 10 years. So
it's crazy to me. Like, Brock Lesnar, 3-time WWE champion, won the title from The Rock at SummerSlam within his first 6 months in the fucking company. He's won the championship over in New Japan Pro Wrestling. At the time, he was the youngest WWE champion of all time. He won the Royal Rumble. He won King of the Ring. He's done all of this shit, and they just don't mention it. Like, even if they never mention his UFC shit, his WWE credentials should be enough to get by on the way he dominated.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I was muted. JBL mentioned the UFC thing. Do you notice the timing when they mentioned the UFC thing?
Was it right after fucking Big Show tossed him around like a bitch?
Yes, that's when he said, JBL goes, "Look at the Big Show throwing around a former UFC heavyweight champion."
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you.
I mean,
here's the only guy, think about this. Bam Bam Bigelow went to MMA, got his ass kicked. Batista went to MMA, pretty much came out alive against a bar fighter. Bobby Lashley ended up getting his ass handed to him eventually. Ludwig Borga showed up in UFC a long time ago.
Alberto Del Rio fought MMA, believe it or not.
Oh, he got his ass handed to him by Fedor, didn't he?
I don't remember who, but he got his ass handed to him.
Was it? Yeah. No, it was Crow Cop, wasn't it?
Oh, Crow Cop, yeah, because Fedor would have probably killed him. He wouldn't be here.
No shame in that. At least he got in the ring with Crow Cop,
Mm-hmm. But here's Brock Lesnar, the only wrestler, D-Style, to transition to MMA and become a well-respected. Well, the MMA fans didn't really respect him, but to become a champion, like he did. A lot of people justifiably thought he got handed title shots.
Can we count Ted Shamrock or not really?
Well, Shamrock was pancreatian. He had the wrestling background and stuff like that, but I guess Shamrock you could count.
Shamrock in his prime? was up there, like as far as being one of the baddest dudes in the planet.
He was, and we can't forget Dan Severn. But we're talking about a guy who was a amateur wrestler, then a pro wrestler, and literally took that and transitioned over. Dan Severn and Shamrock had experience shoot fighting. You know, especially Shamrock. He was a pancration fighter. But the only time they want to bring up UFC is when they're trying to push their agenda to make WWE seem superior. I guarantee you right now, you take the entire WWE roster, I guarantee you put them in each weight class that they would be in the UFC, they are all getting their asses handed to them except for Brock Lesnar. The entire roster. The entire roster. And that includes Del Rio. The UFC is stacked with talent. Stacked.
Well, the only thing I will say to that is I don't necessarily blame them for not wanting to plug in the UFC. But the truth is, I don't know if they would have accepted Lesnar back if he hadn't gone to the UFC. You know what I mean? Like, if he was just retired for 10 years and decided to come back, I don't know. I don't think he would come back. But the only way I see it is there is a certain kayfabe in wrestling, right?
Yeah.
And in that world, the wrestlers are the baddest dudes in the planet, right?
Yeah.
But you still can't ignore the fact that Lesnar in that world was a bad dude, and he was a bad dude in the real world. So if you mix the two, it's just, I don't know, you just can't have them be scared. Like, it just doesn't go with them, you know? I don't know. I'm not feeling it.
That's what I'm saying. They should just, if they're gonna do that just don't mention the UFC thing at all. His WWE credentials should be enough to get him by. Like, 6 months in the company, beat The Rock at SummerSlam for the title, 3-time champion, King of the Ring, won the Royal Rumble 11 years ago. Like, did he win the tag team championship once or something like that? Like,
yeah.
I think amateur wrestling champion. I think his credentials pre-UFC should be enough.
I guess I just hate the way the WWE wants us to forget shit. I just hate it. That would never happen in any other sport. It would never happen in nothing like that. It just, if there's a rematch in boxing, like, people don't pretend like the first fight never happened. Even if it was 10 years ago, they're still going to mention it. And I just feel like it's on the vault that we've seen that match before. Like, why not bring it up? Why not have Paul Heyman show the Big Show? Look at what he did to you before. He destroyed you before. Look how he picked you up and slammed you. He's going to do it again or something like that. Just like, for example, if I'm not sure they're still going to do it, but I know there was rumors about The Rock and Lesnar at Mania, right?
Rocking.
If they were to do it, are they really going to pretend that first match never happened? Are they going to?
They absolutely would. They absolutely would.
Mm-hmm.
And The Rock on his Twitter, The Rock said that the plan was for him and Brock to work a match together at WrestleMania, but it's not going to happen. The Rock said this himself. He put that out there. I just think The Rock doesn't want to work with the WWE anymore. The WWE's business practices is so fucked up. And I'm very sensitive to that comment that JBL made, because in the past, Triple H did an interview where he said, the UFC, I just see guys out there rolling around. It's really boring. Nobody wants to see them guys out there just rolling around, hugging each other. And he completely, Triple H, even more reason for me to hate him, completely tried to bury the UFC. And when he made that comment, Mad Genius, you remember I came on the podcast and I went apeshit.
Yep.
Who the fuck does this motherfucker think he is? This is the fastest growing sport in the world right now.
You know what else he's burying? It's almost like he's burying the roots of wrestling.
Yeah.
Like, he's burying Bruno Sammartino. Like, he's burying, like, those guys, It's just, because that's what they used to do. They used to, although, it was fixed, obviously, okay, but they would portray grappling like that's the roots of wrestling. Isn't that the whole point? I don't know.
Yes, it is. And You know, it's funny. I listened to part 1 of Roddy Piper's visit with Stone Cold on Stone Cold's podcast. And Roddy Piper was talking about when he broke into the business, how these old school shooters would just legitimately beat his ass in the ring. And he was lucky if he lasted 10 seconds in the match. They would come out there and beat the fuck out of him. And that's the way they were back then. Those were some rough dudes, man. But, yeah, this whole thing with Lesnar is just so fucking stupid. Yeah. The shot at the UFC just pissed me off. It pissed me off.
Rock and Lesnar, they're really good friends outside of the business. So they want them. I don't think they have a problem working a match with each other. I think it's just under the circumstances, meaning WWE, where the problem comes in.
Yeah, I don't think Rock wants anything to do with them anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they do the match, they're going to pretend that first match never happened, even though that's the first time Lesnar won the title, and it was a big deal at the time. It's just retarded.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I wish The Rock and Stone Cold and some of these other guys would get together and start a wrestling company and give us what we want. You know, they've got the money. All right, so AJ Lee and Tamina Snuka wrestled the Funkadactyls. This was a sloppy parody of a wrestling match. I was fucking bored. It wasn't bored for long, though, in typical Divas match fashion. Tamina hit a... Oh, and by the way, these Divas matches will become more prominent when that show Total Divas kicks back up again. Guarantee you right now. Right now they're kind of like, hurry up. Go, hurry. They get in the ring, the bell rings, the referee goes, we're going home. Tamina hits a big boot on Naomi. AJ Lee gets tagged in. Naomi rolls her up for the win. The Funkadactyls win.
Yeah, thank God AJ turned that show down.
Yeah, AJ Lee's cool. She's got a cool factor to her. She's cool
enough to get voted to the cover of Maxim.
But she still looks like she's 12. I'm sorry.
Right. If you have dirty thoughts about AJ Lee, I worry about you. That's all.
Dude, thank you, D-Style. Some of the conversations we have off the air where these guys are talking about doing unmentionables to her.
Oh, her ass.
I'm like, she looks like a kid. Imagine you're just like, well, see what she looks like outside of her wrestling gear. Yeah. And I'm like, I'll pass.
Anyway.
I'm trying to see what she look like outside of all clothing. But shit.
Can I just say that if Vince wasn't so out of touch, he would see that there's some potential, especially since a large portion of your audience is female, where if you just had women that can actually wrestle and put on matches, you never know. They may become a decent draw, kind of like Ronda Rousey is for the UFC. You know, I'm just putting that out there. But they're obviously not going to go that way.
She ain't no wizard out there, but she can wrestle a little bit. It's just they don't even let the divas like really throw punches or kicks like that.
They have them slap and act like girls, like girly girls when they're wrestling. It's just I don't get the feel of that woman's like the baddest wrestler, like female wrestler in the planet. Like, you know, that's not what they're doing at all. You know, they haven't done that with women's division in forever. You know, so
you want to talk about turning Daniel Bryan heel? AJ Lee is the most over diva they have. She get the biggest pop every time. They cheer for her every time. It's the fucking stupidest shit.
Well, yeah. People find AJ Lee to be entertaining.
Yeah, just turn her face. Like I said, she could be a really good face as the underdog. Like, that would work so well.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And the only thing that she's missing is hipster glasses. I mean, I really feel like she's that young. I just really do. She just looks like she's 12. That's my only thing with AJ Lee. She looks like she's 12. And she has improved her in-ring work. You know, I love that finisher of hers, the submission.
The Black Widow.
The Black Widow. So the Usos wrestled Luke Harper and Eric Rowan. You know, we've been down this road a few times. In the middle of the match, yeah. Here we go again. Hey. Here we go again. Same old shit, dog. Just a different week. Look at DMX. That's DMX. It should be the. Honestly, folks, look this up. DMX. What's the title of that song? Is it "Here We Go Again"?
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it is. Let me look it up real quick. This will be something that the viewers can take with them from this week. Yep, here we go again. I can't play it, obviously, for copyright reasons, so you guys will have to check it out on your own. This should be the new theme for Raw. DMX, Here We Go Again, period. That's the song that I elect to be the new theme of Raw. All right. In the middle of the match, all of a sudden Bray Wyatt just starts cutting a promo. You know, he just starts cutting a promo.
As much as I like Bray Wyatt, that shit was weird.
It was. It just like, all right, well, when you go out there, this is what you're gonna do. We're a little short on time. We gotta save some time for, Fruity Pebbles, and you're going to cut a promo in the middle of the match.
So instead of going to commercial, we're just going to have him put him in a rest hold and you cut a promo.
Yeah, and then I love how JBL was like, oh, look at Luke Harper. He never took his eyes off the ball. And I'm thinking, yeah, he lay there in a headlock.
And he looked at Bray Wyatt the whole time. What do you mean?
He did. Just... All right.
Fucking hilarious.
So, Jey Uso takes the hot tag. I like the Usos. I do. I find them to be a refreshing tag team. That's actually...
There's something missing, though.
What's that?
There's something missing with them, though. I can't point it out.
Is this an inside thing that I should be getting right now?
No. I'm being dead serious. Like, the Usos are really talented. It just feels like there's something missing from them. Like,
yeah, the Rockers. Their opponent, the Rockers.
I know what it is. They're not allowed to show enough of their real personality. Like, I know they're like real hip hop heads, and they're not allowed to show that side of their personality. They gotta stick to a stereotypical WWE Samoan format.
What was that one guy who stood up to John Cena backstage a while back? Who actually?
Oh, Alex Riley.
Oh, was that his name?
Mm-hmm.
I almost forgot because it's been so long since Cena politicked him off TV.
Oh yeah, now he does commentary on NXT. He doesn't even wrestle anymore.
I saw some interviews with that guy. I found him to be extremely relatable.
Yeah, bro, he's a college football player. Played at Boston College, and I think he did. I don't know if he was all ACC at the time, or were they Big East at the time. I think he was a pretty good linebacker, I think.
You know what? People always ask me, what would you do as a booker? What would you do as a booker? I even got a Q&A on blitzsportsnetwork.com. I went through and said, this is what I would do as a booker, and went through a VIP video explaining it. We've done one on here. One of the first things that I did mention in that video, I mentioned a lot, but one of the first things that I think the best thing that could happen would be for the writers to shove their pens up their ass and Vince McMahon to go home. And then you tell the wrestlers, you've got 5 minutes, this is the framework, you go paint the picture. And I think that you would see a way better product with that one change. That one change.
Oh,
Give them the frame, let them paint the picture, and get the fuck out of the way.
Now, actually, I think Riley's nursing an injury too. I think that's another reason why he hasn't been wrestling. I think he had knee surgery not too long ago, but
well,
he's still been buried since that moment.
See, I'll give one alternative that they can use for an intro song to Raw. They can use one of their wrestlers' themes. Well, it's the same show. Gonna have a same old show tonight. It's the same show.
Oh my god.
Seen enough, but it's the same old shit tonight. Yeah. All right.
It's the same show.
Yeah. Now people will never hear. They will never hear the Big Show song the same way again. I just ruined it for them. That exciting Big Show ring walk. So anyway, Jey Uso takes the hot tag. He worked over both Rowan and Harper. Jimmy hit a dive over the top rope onto Rowan. Jay went for a suicide dive. Somewhere in there, Jay hit the whispering in the wind too. But Jay went for a suicide dive, but Harper caught him with a forearm. Harper hit the Michinoku driver on Jay, which looked good. Or wait a minute, what a counter!
Or what a slam!
What a He rams him into the
It's
canvas.
just like fucking Fandango when he hit that fucking nasty ass Falcon's Arrow earlier. And that
Yeah.
was a nasty Falcon's Arrow. Even though he buried Xavier Woods, that shit looked really good.
Hey. So, Daniel Bryan attacked Bray Wyatt from behind at this point.
First thing that made sense.
Yeah.
Until
If Grits was still on live, he would say something about attacking Gail Kim from behind. But Luke Harper looks outside the ring to see what's going on. Jey Uso rolls up Luke Harper for the 3 count. Daniel Bryan ends the segment standing on the stage cheerleading the SGs. It was okay. I would say my entertainment factor on a 1 to 10 about 5 or 6. You know, I was entertained. I'm not going to complain, but it was okay. There was some okay stuff tonight. There was nothing on the show where I went, wow, that was awesome. Well, the Superman punch was kind of cool, slow-mos, but other than that, so we watched 3 hours to come away with one really cool moment. That tag match was pretty good. But I'm not like gonna watch it again after we're done with this review, you know. All right, so main event: Kofi Kingston against Randy Orton. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Clearly, Kofi. I mean, Biggie Langston's team lost. Xavier Woods got buried. Clearly,
only the Funkadactyls won.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
That's true.
But, the Divas, though. I mean, the Divas. In and out. Oh wait.
Yeah,
a
we
minute.
already
Did I just say
established
that?
this. We already established this point on Thursday. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Okay, out of matches that somewhat matter. All right, so here's the third chance. You know, Martin Luther King had a dream. WWE bigged him up throughout the show. They're going to give Kofi a win over Randy Orton. They already fucking had him win last week, which made no sense. Yeah, it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Let's see Kofi go over. What the fuck? Who cares at this point? This whole thing doesn't matter anyways because Cena's involved. Right in the middle of the match, John Cena shows up in a neon green highlighter. I mean, was he trying? Is John Cena now plugging Sharpie highlighters?
And this was like the same color green as like the old Ninja Turtles green was. Like,
The secret of the ooze.
Yes.
You know, I actually have a really cool Ninja Turtle shirt, by the way.
Oh my god, you knew exactly which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, Eric, I have a Ninja Turtle shirt. It's a chick.
No, not the Ninja Turtle. But that's the exact color though. Like the
I should
pinpoint.
grab it real quick so I can. I've worn it in videos before. I even wore it on your channel once. Chicks Dig Ninjas, it says. It's kind of actually cool. Vintage nostalgia type shirt. I don't wear it out in public, but you know, whatever. Dude comes out with the Asics. His entire... he looked like a 2-year-old dressed him, first of all. Right there. What... The question of the night is this. What was stuck in Cena's ass? I mean, he had to have something shoved up his ass. Yeah, maybe it was DX glow sticks. Because... Did he just have an enema? I mean, he had to have just had an enema. Or maybe hemorrhoids flare up. Nobody runs like that.
Bro, I told you, like, when they play that fucking best pay-per-view matches of 2013 DVD, and they show that clip of him running to the ring at Mania from behind, he just looks fucking stupid.
He does. That is the word that comes to mind. You run like you're stupid. You know. Why does this guy run like he's stupid?
Oh, that has got to be the worst. And for people to tell me he's a good athlete.
Well, you actually need some coordination when you run. You know, it's natural, but
bro, the way he runs, he probably runs the 40 in 40.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, shit.
Yeah, one foot in front of the other. This dude like waddles like a penguin out there.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
did he walk all the way to the arena? Like, what?
I guess there was no car. You know, usually garage door opens, someone's pulling in a car, like Stone Cold shows up in a monster truck. John Cena shows up in
Jean shorts.
Now, hold on. So he's walking, and at what point he decides to actually start running or running?
when the hemorrhoids flared up.
I mean, like, well, why wasn't he running to begin with? You know,
Oh my
to
God.
run or not to run? That is a question.
And you people and people wonder why he sells so much merchandise, because there's a new fucking shirt or headband or wristband or hat every month.
Every
For
month.
crying out loud, they switch it up every month on purpose. It's just like the fucking-
okay.
It's just like the NBA right now trying to do this sleeveless jersey thing. Like, come on.
I guarantee. Oh, I hate those. I guarantee you, in many households, I guarantee you, little Johnny, or wait a minute, what was it? Little Jimmy. And that's what Little Jimmy originally was. It was R-Truth making fun of basically Cena fans. And Little Jimmy's sitting there, Mom, John Cena's got a new shirt. Can I get it? And then the mom or the dad looks at the TV. The dad looks at the TV. He changed the fucking colors again. Good. Damn it, I'm spending $75 a month on this shit.
Yeah, like, it's ridiculous. Like, literally, there's a new shirt. CM Punk has been trooping it out with like 2 shirts a year. Daniel Bryan's had the same shirt all year. And he had 2 when he had the Yes, Yes, Yes shirts. But Cena comes out with fucking, like, literally, he just switched it up, like, what, 2 weeks ago when he started coming out looking like a fucking billboard?
Yeah, but how could a grown man wear that, though? Look, when I was going to high school, I would wear the Austin 316 shirt. You know, it had the skull on the back, you know, like with the blue fire or whatever it was.
Yeah.
You know, and I felt cool wearing it, right? You know, it just felt cool. It's a dude that throws a finger around and, you know, wants to whoop people's asses, etc., etc. Right?
Slams beers.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it was like a cool thing, you know? I mean, I would go to parties and dudes wanted to chug beer like Austin. It was stupid, right? These shirts are ugly, man. Like, it's not even... No, it's not even about anything other than they're actually ugly looking. It's almost like they're making them ugly on purpose to see how stupid people are to buy them. You know what I mean? Like, let's make the standard so low that way, if we ever improve it, they're gonna be impressed. You know, and that's actually what they do with the wrestling. They give us such crappy wrestling that we see a decent match and we actually go, that was a good match. You know, they do it with the product as well.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, people just go back to freaking SummerSlam before Cena got hurt. Since then, Daniel Bryan has had how many new shirts? 1, the fucking gray beard shirt, right? Cena, since that moment, he had the fucking white shirt with the build on the front with the "Our time is now," the fucking illiterate "Our time is now" spelled shirt.
Yeah. Let's teach the kids how to spell R. The letter R. Time is now.
Then that was 1. Then he had the fucking purple shirt. That's 2. Then he had the fucking breast cancer shirt. That's 3. Then he came back with another shirt. That's 4. And he switched it up like a couple of weeks ago. That's 5. And now this one. That's like 6. He's had like 6 shirts in the last 6 months, people. And you wonder why he sells merchandise? Because they keep changing this shit up.
Bella Rodriguez, to switch it up, calls us out. She says, we don't mention Karma a lot. Yeah, too bad, you know, she isn't there to
well, we don't mention her time in WWE. When we talk TNA, I mention her.
Oh, yeah. Awesome Kong.
We just had an argument about it on Thursday.
Yeah, we did. So, the TNA Impact, review, we talked about her. I don't know. For me, it was hard to get past the way Cena waddled out there. Like, I'm running.
He was running like a pregnant woman.
He was.
Like, Forrest Gump's run isn't even that bad. Like,
no, Forrest Gump was running.
Hold on. Did you see when he was running after Orton And Orton like literally just like he just passed through the down. It was like the stairs are going down. He had to go one step at a time. One step at a time. Like, are you kidding me, man?
He's like,
you can't jump over several steps.
Yeah, I know. Dude, imagine prime Michael Jordan running up those stairs. Or Deion Sanders. John Cena's like, oh, there's another step.
You know my favorite part? When he came down and he was running around the ring, like, he couldn't decide if he was going to get in the ring or go around it. And then when he tried to go around it, the fucking cameraman was in his way.
But I saw that. He almost fell, dude.
Everything should have a purpose, though. Like whoever picked up, Orton or Orton got in the car, whatever it was, like, they're never going to get back to that. We're never going to know. No, it was just so random.
It was.
Orton was playing Grand Theft Auto when I jacked the car.
Yeah. And by the way, they made him look like a bigger pussy. But the funny, okay, now when John Cena runs out,
the Viper, a pussy? He's the Viper, though.
No, he's not the Viper anymore.
Apex Predator.
He's a garter snake now.
How are you gonna make a guy with a nickname the Predator run out? I mean, it's watching the movie The Predator, and they're like, he runs away when they see him or something,
Cena runs like he has fucking shin splints, bro.
dude, every time Cena comes out and runs to the ring, this is for a lot of people may not get it. It may not be funny to you, but the first thing I think is Twinkie Kid. I'm serious. Like, really, you remember that kid in gym class who just really couldn't keep up? You've run 2 miles by the time he's run the quarter mile.
Too much credit, bro.
Yeah.
And they were trying to pass it off as if he got in the car and he just made the person drive away, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what would you do if a dude in his underwear got in your car?
You get out the other side.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Whoa!
He doesn't have a gun? And how convenient, right during the main event, that a car would be sitting there by itself, just waiting. It was so stupid.
They need to explain this, though. Like, they're not.
They never will.
I think I think this ending of Raw, you know what it reminds me of? It was this bad. It was as bad as Hulk Hogan knocking the Giant off the top of that building after the Monster Truck match. It was that bad. And Eric Bischoff was like, tune in on Monday and we'll explain what happened. And then you're waiting on Nitro throughout the whole show for this explanation of how the Giant lived from falling 50 stories.
Right.
They never said anything. No.
Oh, my God. And when Cena threw Orton into the ring,
oh my gosh, dude.
He didn't even throw him. He just nudged the back of his head and Orton goes flying.
And here's the thing, right? So he got away. The guy that beat up your dad got away. So the first thing that comes to mind is pumping up the crowd.
Go back in, shaking hands, signing autographs, and getting in the ring.
He goes and high fives guys. Like, yeah, that's what you really want to do after dude beats up your dad. That's exactly what I do.
Right. And I love, okay, so just to give you guys context on what happened, Cena waddled down to the ring, and he punched on Orton, took Orton into the crowd. He went for the AA, but Orton slipped out, tried to run away up the stairs, and Cena was like, too fast. I
gotta give Orton some credit for overselling, because when Cena tried to throw him over the barricade, Cena was on the other side of Cena was on the other side of the ring at that barricade, and he threw him the entire 25 feet across, and Orton flips over the barricade.
Yeah.
And Cena threw him by his head. He didn't even whip him.
It looked horrible. Cena's terrible, dude. This guy is fucking garbage. This has been the face of the company. They started giving him his first big push.
He runs like he has Smuckers up his ass.
They gave him his first push, his first real big push, 9 years ago. 9 years we've been dealing with this bum. So he chased Orton into a skybox. Cena stopped to check and make sure everyone in the skybox was good. You gotta love that. If Michael Cole should have been like, look at Cena checking on the safety of everybody. Vintage John Cena. You know, and then when Cena gets outside, Randy Orton he's running to some type of Kia Sportage or something, and he just jumps in the passenger side and they take off. I don't know. Or Orton had it planned the whole time. He was going to run right to that car. Yeah. So Cena stood there trying to sell frustration. Cena has got the ability to show emotion that rivals T-1000 in Terminator 2. Okay.
I thought you were gonna say a T-1000 fucking a TI-1000 fucking calculator.
Oh, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know. And you know what? You know what they do? Little things they do. Here's the thing. At the start of the show, the apex predator ain't scared of Batista. He's right in his face, right?
Yeah.
He ain't scared of him. But he's scared of John Cena. You see the little things they do. It's annoying.
I fucking love the way D Styles picks this shit apart, bro.
He does. D Styles killing it, dude.
I love it.
I'm so glad he was. But here's the problem. Smart wrestling fans like D-Style will not watch this every Monday. A lot of the old school guys that I would like to bring on tell me.
I probably will, but I'm going to have to record it and fast forward through all the commercials.
That's how I do it.
And I mean, the first 5 seconds or 5 minutes of Triple H talking is always the same thing anyway, so just fast forward that. So a lot of things you could fast forward.
Well, honestly, if you start an hour late after the show starts, you will get through the show in time.
Wow.
Fast forward through. How many times were they going to show that stupid Royal Rumble numbers commercial? I didn't watch it once. I fast forwarded through it every time.
2K14 commercial.
Fast forwarded through it every time. All that shit I fast forward through. When they replay something that already happened, fast forward.
I mean, it did not feel like we're going to go to the Royal Rumble. It just didn't feel like it. It just felt like it's some regular Raw. It felt like a Raw, the same Raw as we saw in April 2013 and 2011, 2010. Same shit.
Well, it is. We got the same main event.
Again, DMX, here we go again. That should be the theme song for the show. I'm serious. Wouldn't that be funny every week if you just heard, arr, arr, here we go again.
What was up with that theme song? That's a weak-ass theme song.
Yeah, it's.
And then people say, no, well, you got to be open to everybody and this and that. Like, this is wrestling. Like, think about what it is, right? It's like a play of people beating each other up. Like, that's the ultimate goal, to beat somebody and be a champion or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So I guess that they're just in denial as far as to what it is.
They really just need to put same in everybody's theme song. Like, Triple H comes out, time to play the same. Like, they just need to put same in everything.
Yeah.
Fucking die.
Yeah, I agree. No, they really do. Actually, that DMX song would be a great entrance theme for John Cena. It really would. I don't know. This fucking shit sucked, dude, as a whole. And what do I keep telling people, the show will continue to revolve around Cena. And then you get some optimist, glass half full Blitz team members who are like, I don't know, man, it looks like they're moving away from him. I'm like, no, they are not. And that Total Divas episode that I watched, the finale, Mad Genius had kept talking about Cena's a douchebag on there. I was like, all right, I'm going to check out this finale. And I'm going to say something that might scare you guys. In the show, Nikki Bella basically intimates to Cena that she wants him to get her pregnant. Oh. Oh. So anyway, John Cena, like a fucking robot. I swear this dude's T-1000. Like a fucking robot.
He doesn't die, though.
He doesn't die. He's T-1000, yeah. There's no nitrous oxide in a gun to get,
If you think about it, that's why he keeps kicking out of everything.
Yeah, he's T-1000.
Huh?
Yeah. By the way, great movie, Terminator 2 for you younger
Even the
viewers.
flaming car.
Actually, I think the only way we're going to see the end to Cena is if he does what Terminator did in that movie. He self-destructs. You know, that's. But he says to Nikki Bella, after she asks him to get her pregnant, basically, or says she wants kids, he says, "I'm going to tell you right now, I can't give you that." I'm serious. That's the way he talks to her. I'm like, dude, you talk to your girl like that? What the fuck? And he said something to the effect of, "I don't want to be an absentee father. I don't want to come home in 10 years. Whoa. Hold on. Pump the brakes a minute. What?
Oh, wait, 10 more years? Oh, my God.
Whoa. That right there, I caught that. He really
right.
thinks he's going to wrestle for 10 more years. I shit you not. Because he said that this child would have to spend 10 years without their dad. Well, there's still a 9-month pregnancy, though, so that would make it almost 11.
Bruce is really doing the math.
And I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, and then plus, you know, someone who's got apparently a hemorrhoid problems he does, maybe he's also got some other problems. Maybe it would take a while to even get her to that point. Wow.
He won't make it 10 more years. His
That's
body's
what-
not going to let him.
Yeah, 5 years ago, people said he'll be gone by next year. There's someone new. You know, they've been pushing him now for 7 years. We'll get someone new, and you never get anyone new.
I'm not talking about who they push and who
here's
they
my
don't.
thing,
I'm
though.
saying his body. Like, if you look as of over the last 2 years, his body is broken down on him a lot.
He's the
more.
fucking T1000, dude.
Yo,
Gotta keep
look at
kicking out.
Flair. Look how long Flair did it. All right?
Yep.
This dude's going to have, like, dangling man boobs and still dominate.
They
He's
have
going to
better-
be dominating the scene at age 60. All right? Don't even. And he's going to be like a 75-time world champion.
Yeah. Like John Cena's going for the 100 mark. Not since Wilt Chamberlain has there been a mark so sought after.
A more famous 100.
Oh my gosh. It's just absurd, dude. He's fucking garbage. He's garbage. I can't support a product that shoves a guy who's as unathletic as him, who just lacks believability. I can't identify with him. He's not relatable. He can't fucking wrestle. He can't act. He can't cut good promos. Even these promos that people say, just because he starts yelling, "Oh, that was a good promo." Fuck that. They all suck. I can't get behind a product that he's going to continually be the top guy on. When every single year, I could name you 5 guys from every year, 5, who should have had a chance to run with the ball. 5.
Yeah, but I guess what I don't understand is, like, even in the Stone Cold era, okay, other guys still got their shine. You know what I mean? Even in the Hogan era, other guys got their shine.
Oh, it's much different in this one. They just take you off the TV altogether now.
Right here, like, their idea of giving you shine is, here's the belt, but you're going to be a mid-carder. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's their idea of shine.
I mean, Dean Ambrose hasn't defended the U.S. belt in months. I think we're talking all the way back to the summer. I don't even remember who he defended it against at this point.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Let's say that, and it's, you know, all signs point to Randy Orton coming out of that match with the belt. But I would not put it past them at the last minute. I would not put it past
They're
them.
not going to, because
No,
Hogan's going to be at Mania,
I've
bro.
seen it all with this company. I've seen
You
it
haven't
all.
seen Hogan and Cena together.
Yeah,
You
but
gotta
I,
expect the worst.
You
gotta
have
expect
to.
the worst.
you
The
have
worst,
to.
that is the worst. Hogan, they're trying to get Cena over.
Yeah, but
having the belt.
it's not gonna work. Hulk Hogan does not have that
You're
clout.
the Hogan of this era, brother. Like, I hate to say it.
With today's fans, bro, Hogan's gonna come out and get a fucking ridiculous pop.
And then when Cena gets tagged in, he's gonna get booed.
They're gonna pay Hogan money. They're gonna pay him money to say that Cena's better than he was in his prime. Watch.
Hell yeah, they did it with Mick Foley.
Oh my gosh, Mick Foley called John Cena the king of hardcore wrestling. That's how absurd this company is.
You know what though? I think if he said that,
You can't defend that, bro.
Was his way of... No. Hold on. I think that's just because that's too like ridiculous. I think he said it to do two things at the same time, to give them what they want, but at the same time, like the real fans are gonna know, like, yeah, he doesn't really mean it. You know what I mean? Like that's too much, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The most hardcore of all time.
It sounds like a sarcastic praise.
No, he wasn't even being sarcastic. Like it sounded like he was dead serious.
Yeah, but that would be like Marilyn Monroe's hologram, because obviously she's not with us.
Oh, somebody just sent me a picture of the fucking Daniel Bryan shirt from WWE's website. There's literally a flying fucking goat with a long ass beard on it. And the back says yes. You got bro. And you wonder why Daniel Bryan's shit don't sell. Who the fuck want this shirt? There's literally a flying fucking goat with a long ass beard.
You know, I do want to know though. The main question is this, okay? And Cena fans can deny this if they want, all right? What does John Cena know about the McMahons? Like, he knows something, right? He has pictures.
Shawn Michaels. It all comes back to Shawn Michaels.
He has pictures of HBK and Vince or something. Like, he has something. This is ridiculous. It's this.
Either that or he has some weird association with the mafia.
Wait. I go to www.shop.com because I have to see this flying gold shit for myself. And the first thing I see is motherfucking John Cena neon authentic line with fucking hat, wristbands, and shirt and shit.
I don't get the neon colors of today's kids. I don't get it. Good for them.
It's 90s retro, honestly.
Well, I didn't wear neon back then, bro.
I mean, like, they're wearing clothes.
No, but you remember like the Fresh Prince and shit like that, and like Saved by the Bell.
That's what the dudes that do this wear at night, you know, with the planes, you know, like
yeah.
That's what that's for, man. Like, that's what you wear if you're gonna ride a bike at night or something, you know, like so they could see you. You know, like,
oh my gosh, dude.
Oh my god.
You know.
Bro,
you will not. The cars will not miss you with that shirt on. They won't. They'll see you a mile away.
No.
There is literally a shirt, the Daniel Bryan Flying Goat Special Edition T-shirt. It is literally a fucking flying goat on this shit, bro, with a fucking long ass beard. What the fuck?
I wore my Macho Man shirt to the grocery store. Okay? Listen, I wore my Macho Man shirt to the grocery store one day. Usually I'm not really big on wearing wrestling apparel out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I wore it to I wore it to the grocery store. I had two guys say something to me about it. I had one guy go, Slim Jim. That's all he said, and he smiled, and I kept walking. And then I was getting ready to pay for the stuff that I was getting. And I had there was a dude running the cash register. He goes, that Randy Savage? And I pulled the coat open a little bit. I said, yep. He goes, oh, man, I loved him, man. I loved him. Too bad what happened to him. And I'm like, damn, I wasn't in the store for more than 20 minutes, you know? I guarantee you, I would be embarrassed to wear any piece of merchandise you guys have been in. Yeah, I didn't even really wear the Austin 316 shirt.
Man, Randy Savage.
See, everybody has a Macho Man impression. But, yeah, overall, fuck this show. fuck this show. You got Batista in skinny jeans. You had fucking John Cena chasing Randy Orton into a random car.
with underwear on.
Yeah, with his underwear on. You had Cena showing up, not in a car. God. How many times have you seen big-time wrestlers show up backstage in a Harley, truck, a Zamboni or whatever? Here comes John Cena walking around the corner, neon green. I'm like, what is this?
Let's just look every 5 years. Just think about it. Look how different wrestling was. Just look at the WrestleManias. WrestleMania 1 to WrestleMania 5, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hogan was still the top guy, but there was a lot of different faces, right? Mm-hmm. And then look at WrestleMania 10. It was a whole different roster, okay? The guys that used to be in the undercard in WrestleMania 5 were now the headliners, like, Shawn Michaels, Bret the Hitman Hart, etc. And then look at WrestleMania 15. All of a sudden we had The Rock. We had Stone Cold, right? Whole new breed of people. WrestleMania 20, same thing. Now, nothing has changed in 9 years? 9 years. It's the same WrestleMania every year. Oh, here comes Super Cena. Every year. I'm tired of it.
I'm telling you, there has never been a guy in wrestling history, never, ever been a guy in wrestling history, and I hated some wrestlers. I hated Lex Luger. I hated Triple H. I hated Shawn Michaels, but loved his matches. I can't say the same for Triple H and Luger. But never did they make me feel more frustrated with a wrestling product than this run of John Cena has. Nobody. And that's saying something.
Just like a lot of it feels like it was a long time, but it really wasn't. Like the Ultimate Warrior was on top for 2 years at the most?
If that.
If that. The NWO, how long was that? A year and a half? 2 years? How long was the Monday Night Wars? Like 3 years at the most?
Yeah, it didn't last long. In the NWO, they ended up having to switch them up and having the infighting with the red and the white and all that other stuff. The NWO thing, the coolest part of the NWO was the beginning, where you thought that there were See, that was the thing about the WWF invasion. I said, now wait a minute, WCW just did this. This thing called the NWO, where Scott Hall and Kevin Nash showed up on TV, and it felt like a real invasion. Yeah. WWF's version was trash, just flat fucking garbage. And truth be told, like, remember the night where Rick Rude was on both Raw and Nitro?
Yeah.
Or all this other shit that was going on. We had guys jumping ship. They couldn't get off that fucking sinking Titanic WWF ship fast enough at the time. You had Savage here. I mean, you had all the fucking... Oh my gosh, WCW was awesome. But I don't know, man. I just wish there was a real alternative.
How long was The Rock on top? Like 2 years, 3 years?
If that. But see, here's the thing about The Rock. He would go on top and then he would put guys over.
Yeah. No, but I guess my point is these eras, we almost remember them like they were a lot, but they weren't that long, They weren't. Like things changed a lot, Like things were always like 1 year was never the same. Like the next year, It just wasn't.
If you actually look at Stone Cold's run as the top guy, full time,
wasn't that long.
It was not that long. John Cena has doubled and maybe even tripled Stone Cold's run as the top guy. Yeah. Now think about that for a minute.
Because then you had Austin drop the belt to Undertaker and Kane.
He definitely tripled it.
Yeah.
I don't know about double. He tripled that shit. Right?
And that to me is absurd.
But I guess the reason those eras, maybe we remember them like if they were longer until you put perspective in it, is because they were just so epic. Like we just have so many memories where every week was just something else, something different. Where a lot of these shows are like, look, I guarantee you, once you see one Monday Night Raw today, you've seen them all.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen them all.
There's no changing of the guard. Like there hasn't been anybody else over like literally 9 years. We're talking I am 23 years old. You were talking about since I was 12. Well, not 12, but 14.
14,
Sorry.
great man.
14. Caught myself. That is a long fucking time.
I just caught D-Style going like this in his screen.
And you know what? Honestly, you shouldn't be doing. If you never served the military, you shouldn't be doing that. That's my opinion, but you shouldn't do that.
But he played a Marine in a movie, and he respects the troops.
Oh, so did the Miz, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Miz should start. Yeah.
And people are gonna say, "Well, you would never do that." Well, I mean, maybe I do it to a soldier or something, but he does it as his gimmick to look like a soldier. Like get the hell out of here, you know? I don't know.
Well, this will go down
I
as
hate
the
the guy.
longest
I don't
Raw
like
review. Oh, I fucking hate him too. He's fucking garbage. He's after professional wrestling. He's fuckboy Buckethead. And I have a new nickname for him tonight that will be revealed. I try to come up with a new one to keep things fresh. He is Special Ed. And the reason I say we're going to start calling him Ed Cena. The reason he's Special Ed is because I had someone who left a comment towards me on YouTube and said, hey, just realize something. John Cena looks like Edward the Troll from Hansel and Gretel. Fuck if I know what Edward the Troll from Hansel and Gretel looks like. So I looked up an image search of Edward the Troll from Hansel and Gretel. Holy shit! It's fucking John Cena, dude! So, Special Ed Cena. To me, he ruined it again. Fuck him. If you like Cena, great. I just find him to be the most frustrating thing I've ever encountered as a wrestling fan. Literally the most frustrating fucking thing I've ever encountered. And by the way, Mad Genius, top three. Give me your top 3 main event matches. And you are this dude is ridiculously thorough with his film study and everything he does with wrestling. Top 3 main event matches from last year for the WWE.
From 2013?
Yes, pay-per-views.
In order, or?
Just give me the top 3.
Punk and Rock, Punk and Brock, and then the third would have to be
Bryan and Cena, just because he went over.
Actually, yeah, I think I might have to go with that. As reluctant.
What a forgettable fucking year! Every fucking year, I can't tell you how many main events you would have been able to name just a few.
And you know what's funny is that the one decent match that John Cena had, it was decent. It wasn't what they hyped it up to be, but his match with CM Punk, it was decent. It was all right. You know,
the Monday Night Raw match.
Compared to his other shit, it was okay. Even though that Hurricane Rana was one of the worst I've ever seen. But
it's a Hurricane Jackknife powerbomb.
But you know what though? A for effort. Even though he failed, I was impressed he could jump that high. I was like, wow. You know, but it is what it is. He should never try it again. But with that said, though, overall the match, Punk carried it. Let's be honest, but it was a decent match. And the thing was, Cena fans were like, yeah, you see, he could put on a good match. So what? One, are you admitting that all the other matches sucked? Finally,
and
right? Second, so he's a top guy supposedly in the company. I'm not gonna praise the mailman for delivering the mail, just like I'm not gonna, praise a wrestler for putting on a decent match. They're supposed to do that. That's their job. That's their profession. But when you pull off one out of every 100, and we're not even talking a great match, I'm talking a passable match, I'm just not impressed.
I mean, honestly, Punk might have had the best 3 because you had Rumble against The Rock, you had Chamber against The Rock, and then you had against Brock at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
And I mean, shit, Bryan and Orton, that first match they had, it was headed towards to the fucking finish.
But by the way, The Rock got a lot of people watching wrestling again. A lot of people. That's the first time
until he stopped coming on TV and they seen John Cena.
No, but the Royal Rumble when he was having a WWE title match against CM Punk was the first time that I've gone to a cookout, which was almost like a fight party for a WWE event with grown adults. You know, they still had the kids there, you know, but people actually got together, and I even remember, if you guys remember, first they had like Punk win, and then they kind of, I forgot how they overturned it or something, but
Oh yeah.
like people like got pissed off, you know, they were like, what? Well, I was watching to see The Rock win, you know, and then they turned it around and people got pumped up, and after The Rock lost to Cena, all those people that were starting to watch wrestling again, like they're gone, right?
Oh, they absolutely are.
They're
They
out of
absolutely are. They said, fuck this, still the same old shit. I'm going to steal a comment from Rocky Mountain Tar Heel. Shout out to you. Imagine if someone tuned in tonight. They see Batista in Dwayne Wade's jeans. I took that from him. And then you see John Cena. I mean, wow. This shit sucked. Fuck Cena. Subscribe to Virtuoso Sports. It's Mad Genius's channel. Subscribe to him before you forget. D-Style, plug your shit, man. You were awesome tonight, dude. Like,
Hell
fucking
yeah.
awesome.
Subscribe to D-Style Boxing. I'm going to be honest with the wrestling fans. Don't subscribe if you're looking for wrestling content, but if you're into boxing or just sports in general, go ahead and subscribe.
Very well respected talker, D-Style. How many different podcasts have you basically anchored at this point?
Used to do the Rope-A-Dope Report and the on
That was a great one.
hellstormsports.com. I would do the boxing hour or boxing report, that is. But I stopped doing the podcast.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He froze.
Uh-oh.
Really? So
Oh, it just came back. You said you stopped doing the podcast and you froze for a second. Go ahead.
okay. Well, I just stopped doing it because I just decided to focus more on YouTube, and I just think the Google thing works out. So
It does. My favorite.
I just like it better.
My favorite was Blood Boxing on Leave It in the Ring. I used to love listening to him on Leave It in the Ring, dude, because he would. He was so fucking funny on there, dude. He was great, and his boxing knowledge is awesome. In fact, me, you, and Blood need to get together, go throw it back to the old school back. Oh gosh, it's been at least 2-3 years since we made a video together, all three of us. But anyway, yeah, we've been interacting on the internet for a long time. What would you say, about 4 years? At least 4 years at this point. D-Style?
It's been pretty close to 4 years.
Yeah.
Well,
All
9.
right.
I'll probably see you guys in the Rumble, though, if you're doing a posting.
Oh yeah, if you can come, that'd be great. I mean, I think that you were an awesome addition tonight, because when you brought up, he pinpointed what this go home show was missing: the fucking promos. And you know, maybe John Cena not being there would help too. But and then Grits probably fell asleep. No, he probably did. I know that he's been working some crazy hours and stuff. So follow Grits on Twitter at Grits718. And then subscribe to BlitzSportsNetwork.com. Come check out the articles, interact. I think you'll really enjoy it. And of course, subscribe to the channel. Thank you if you already have. Don't forget to hit that like button under the video below. And visit my channel for my other videos on the NFL, NBA, MMA, boxing, and pro wrestling. It's super late. We did a super long review this week. Even longer than our podcasts. Mad Genius. Those were 4 hours. I think we went over that mark. So
Wow.
you guys got your fill of the on-air Blitz team this week. And to those who are looking to get on the air, again, we're going to do that contest very soon. And if you guys want to be on the air, I'm going to have you take part in that. And I think that is going to be great. We got guys battling it out, and we give them subjects, and then they just shoot from the hip and talk about them. So what'd you think of Bastion Booger? You know, no, though that won't be one of the questions.
Hey, I got on without being in the contest. I'm just saying. I'm
He's
not
my
bragging.
friend. He's my friend. The D-Style's done appearances for me on the podcast. We've done videos together in the past, and he's my friend. So, with that being said, hey, how about this? How about this to end it? Fuck John Cena. Thank you for watching. We are out.